prefer this room so I can open the window.
You smoke?
And, well, I'm smoking in either room, but
I wouldn't want to maybe video. I'm not sure.
Go on, Eminem. Up here. You spit some rhymes.
hopefully it'll be in this room, and if you don't see me here, just open the door on this one.
Wow, it's boiling.
Yeah, that's why I want to be in that one, so I can open the window. In fact, we should open the window now, just so.
Then we might hear it.
But we're on headsets, so they shouldn't hear that.
Why don't you open it a bit more, I suppose?
No aircon.
Because we need to block it off or something.
Yeah, because it's really hot in here.
So
We're gonna have to backpack.
Besides the soundproof.
That's everything. There's not really high stakes.
Today's just
Normal. assume it's as simple as me just hitting this mute button on and off, but I don't know if I'm on now or off now, for example.
Good question. Well, you're on now.
Okay, so let's mute both.
Mute both. Ideal.
And that's it, I assume. But if I want to, let's say, have higher on the TV table, like the people talking.
Yeah. That should be your input, which will just get on your headphone volume, so that it doesn't change anything in there. So just your headphone volume up and down.
Okay. So the output for the table itself is being controlled there?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that's it. Sorry
Amazing.
for dragging you
No,
in here.
no, just a moment. That's what I'm here for.
Good.
Amazing.
And then if we can make sure that one's turned off, I guess, in case one pops in that it's not connected to our channels.
Good job. So, love the touch chat. Laptop.
We already have 51 viewers and we haven't gone live yet. It's funny. I'm sweating.
I'm dying
If
as
I
well.
start smelling, I apologize.
You're good.
There's not much I can do. You want something to drink?
Are you getting something?
I'm gonna get coffee, I think, or
Well,
something.
just water will do for me.
Okay, from the fountain?
Yeah,
Or something?
any water, whatever water it is, Chase. I'm good. Thank you.
this for, so I also have cold beverages.
So weird, I can hear you like perfectly in the feed.
Yo, you gonna be here? Okay, nice.
You're also coming in?
Yes.
From Slovakia?
Yes.
Okay. I will be in here then. She was just taking pictures. She will join me
Okay,
in a little
okay.
bit, but I will be here. I already set up my computer.
Okay.
How did you know?
What's your name again?
That.
Nice.
Nice. No, wait.
Oh.
That's
A few months
why it
ago.
was on WPT or
Maybe here.
but yeah, but
No,
Yeah,
it's
Norwegians.
the.
Norwegians, yes.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's so hot.
So you're going to be streaming on the Court Casino.
Yes.
Okay.
I do that.
Okay. I think on Party Poker, but I'm not sure where else. But I know at least on the Party Poker channel. All right. Have fun. Are you by yourself?
Yep, maybe someone will look, I don't know, all the players, there.
It's
And
too
some tournaments outside of it.
All right. Have fun.
You too, man.
Thank you.
Slovakia.
Looks like we have 5 minutes still. But in the beginning, I want to do alone for a little while. You're more than welcome to stay, but then maybe like
I'm
10
gonna-
minutes in, you can join.
That's fine. I'm gonna follow your lead, and yeah, halfway through, I'm gonna jump in.
Okay.
Don't worry. How long are you gonna
I'll
be doing
introduce
this
you
for?
like 10 minutes in. I think 4 hours today is
Wow.
that's short though.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, it's long because it's like a sauna in here, but
Yeah. Well, text me like if you need anything and stuff on, cause.
yeah.
Oh gosh,
The
jeez.
problem is if I drink too much beverage, then you need
You're
to go
gonna
to
need
the
to go to
toilet,
toilet.
and there's no break for this one.
Oh my god.
I already told them I'll need a break at some point
But
for 5 minutes to
the
run to the
table
toilet.
gets breaks, doesn't it?
Because it's cash games, players can take a break whenever they want.
Oh, this is cash game we're watching.
Yeah, it's a 5-10 hold'em cash game. Is that not good?
No, it's great. It's
Okay.
just I'm thinking of you with the toilet business. Yeah, that is impossible. Maybe at a dealer change you can.
I may do it like at 10 or something after I introduce Alex. Do it with him for like 10 minutes, and I have to go to the toilet and
Yeah.
say something has come up.
Yeah,
Alex,
it'll be
and
fun.
if people figure out I need the toilet, so be it. It's human nature.
And so where are they listening to this? On YouTube and all of that? Is
I
it?
think so, but I'm promoting this
Mm.
over here.
we're going to take a photo.
What's that?
We're going to get a photo of me and you. Took loads. I'll be sending them to you. There we go. Backstage.
I should substitute that with. Because right now it's this one from yesterday.
Oh, wow. This one's a cool one of you, let me.
Now I feel it. It's already a little better.
It is. I don't know how he's surviving. Send it to you on WhatsApp, Jace.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Card Casino Bratislava for an exciting week of poker action. We are here at the Party Poker Grand Prix, who has combined forces with the Bratislava Poker Festival, which is powered by the Irish Poker Tour, for an exciting week of poker action, plenty of tournaments, and the next 2 nights will have exciting cash games. Today we have a fairly international affair with a 5-10 Hold'em game, and tomorrow, starting at 4:30 p.m. Central European Time, we have an even bigger 50-50 PLO affair that will be on the live stream with whole cards exposed. I am your host, Jason Glatzer. Many of you probably recognize my voice or have seen me around at poker events throughout Europe, whether I'll be commentating or reporting, occasionally also playing. I'll be joined by a whole variety of guests throughout the week, including Matt Staples, Lucky Mo, Irish Poker Tour founder Fintan Gavin. Tonight, though, we will have the Party Poker host Venice join us in a little bit, and we will also have BWin streamer Alex come and share his wisdom with us as well. Being that it's a cash game, you'll see that players are allowed to use nicknames. Some are using their real names, while others will be using nicknames. And we see a bunch of early folds. It looks like this table is moving along fast. But expect Tawny here to open up. He's sitting on a 200 big blind stack. This is 5-10 Hold'em. He will be opening this up. He opens it up for 40 euro. Tarkan over here, an Irish fella, 22 years old. Got to meet him before the stream started. He's opting to call from the button in position with his ace-9 suited. And we hear, I think, some Slovakian at the table. While we're waiting to see what's happening here. And Cyprian here with the A3, that'll go away. Oh, we had Tarka, though, 3-bet. It wasn't just a call with the ace-9 suited. That makes a lot more sense. But Tawny calling out of position with his king-queen. I cannot see the flop, but it looks like all low cards. But don't quote me on that, even though I am live on the stream. And I see we have an active chat here on the Party Poker TV, and thank you Colette and Juliana and others for managing this. I will respond to some questions as well. But it is a 6-7-8 flop. This is a straight draw, an open ender for Tarkan. Tawny with just 2 overcards, bets 125. Tarkan not going anywhere. The Jack of Diamonds does not improve either player's hand. Is Tawny going to continue the aggression? And if the bet is big enough, it may get the job done, despite Tarka being ahead and having outs to a straight. It would look rather strong. But it is a small bet for 150. Tarka appears to be priced in, but the first pot is getting rather big. If this is what we're in store for all week long, I'm rather excited. And Tarka makes the call here. And the ace of diamonds on the river. Tarka with top pair. Tawny, though, playing this hand as if he had a set. But it's awfully hard when Tarka 3-bet pre-flop, called a flop bet, called a turn bet, to fire away big enough on the river to get your opponent to fold, which may or may not work. We do not know much about Tarka. We did meet him beforehand, as we mentioned. He's 22 years old, but has been playing poker for a few years now, but has only been playing live poker recently.
All in.
And it's a jam here. Oh my God, we have some action right away. Tawny jamming his king-queen, basically has the nuts that wasn't connected to the board. Can he get a fold by Tarka? We know Tarka's ahead. Does Tarka feel he's ahead is the question here. It's a very difficult spot early on. And I'm not sure what stakes Tarka normally plays, and that may even be a factor in it, where he might be willing to call. If it's a 1-2 game with this top pair, might not. But technically the stakes shouldn't matter too much, and from what I see here, this is going to be a fairly loose game. Can he come up with the correct decision? It's very difficult, though, in real time, despite having that top pair. And does make the call. Tarka picking up 1,500 euros on the very first pot. Meanwhile, Tawny, we may see a reload right away.
Thank you very much.
Wow. What a start to the stream, folks.
1,055. I feel before.
For tomorrow's PLO stream, we'll know a bit more about the players than we do today. We do know that there's a several local players on the stream. There is a player from Italy, Adam. I believe he's in seat 5. We do have a player from Romania on the table. Gert, who I think is in seat 8 from Belgium. It is a fairly international table. We have a player from Bulgaria as well, which is one of the reasons we have BWin Twitch streamer Alex joining us at around 10 o'clock Central Eastern European time, or Central European Summer Time. Good afternoon, good evening to those that are in the Twitch chat stream. It looks like you're all in for a treat today if the first hand is any indication.
4 plus 5 plus 6, raise to 25, 7 plus 8
Tarka
plus
getting right back into the action after not quite doubling up. Well, it was a double up actually. And that was rather boring. We had everybody fold, so quite the opposite of the last hand, but in the limit hold'em that will happen many times, even on a TV table. It'll be different tomorrow during the PLO stream, where pretty much we'll see a flop every hand.
How much you reloaded? 2K.
It's more than 2K.
The total is more than. No, he loaded. 2K more.
So we do have a 2K reload after the first hand.
Raise 25.
So we have Victor getting into the action here, raising it up to 25 from under the gun. And now Tani, after getting his hands caught in the cookie jar, has a hand here with the jacks.
5, raise to 80.
And it's going to be hard for players to give him credit after what they just saw. So maybe he can exploit that and pick up a pot here as well. So it looks like, I'm not sure if Tani called or if he was the player to raise, but some player did raise. It was Tani raising it up to 80 euros. Oh my God, Ciprian here with the pocket rockets. Not the best start of a stream here for Tani, especially after he showed the table that he could be quite loose. He understands in a 5-10 game, players are paying attention. A 3-bet to 250. And Tani calling from out of position. A 4-bet could have turned out to be disastrous. And scary but not scary flop for both players. Tani might think actually his jacks would be ahead, but Ciprian could be 3-betting with a hand like ace-king. In this case, has a dominating rockets, but typically a paired board is good for a pocket pair when it's heads up. But it's interesting, it went check, check there on the flop. I expect to see some chips come in on the turn. But I would be wrong, Ciprian checking it back and the 9 of diamonds completing the board on the river. Maybe Tani now thinks he's ahead. And he is reaching for chips, and this is more of a value bet this time. He's not trying to push an opponent off. He gets a snap call. Tani is going to get the bad news that Ciprian here had the goods pre-flop. I think Ciprian could have picked up a little bit more, but it is tough with that kings pairing versus something like a 6-6-4 flop would have been much nicer for him. But nonetheless does pick up a pot.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we have our first guest of the stream. We have Party Poker host Venice joining us.
Hello.
Thank you for joining, Venice.
Thank you, Jason. This is some game to watch, I have to say. So I'm happy to come in on this moment.
How have you
Every
been
hand.
enjoying Bratislava so far, outside of the last 3 hands?
Well, it's been exciting actually to see a few Italians, very few English, but you know we have a bit of everything here. It's not bad.
It is quite the international group, and this featured table especially is the case. If you are in Bratislava, Venice is very friendly. Don't be shy. Go say hi to her.
Hello.
Most of the day she's on the main floor handing out goodies.
Yep. And then there will be the interviews later on today, this evening, and I will assist Jason in and out when there are the little moments to watch these good hands. Let's see if this one as well is going to be another exciting.
We do have a mystery hand. He opened up Adam for 25, and then William 3-bet in position from the cutoff with his ace-10 suited. Not the best flop for ace-10. He has a backdoor flush draw and overcard. That's about it. But he was the aggressor. The king normally can be good for an aggressor. But Adam calling with his mystery hand. Maybe he had a king, but now it's an ace of diamonds. If he had 2 diamonds, William is in for a world of hurt, but right now he is happy that it was an ace. Probably wishes it was like the ace of clubs or the ace of hearts, but you take what you can get. And we don't know if this is a setup by Adam or not yet with the check. If he did have a flush, I would expect him to check some of the time as well. He would be checking all his kings.
150.
And William putting Adam to the test, hoping to get some value from his top pair.
3 call.
And Adam still not going anywhere.
It's not backing down.
Seven of clubs pairing the board on the river.
It's a bit out there.
I expect this to go check, check often, but maybe William is going to try to squeeze out some thin river value here. Is thinking about what to do. There is already 575 euros in the pot. If he was going to bet, it's almost a jam-sized bet at this point, with both players having a little more than 700 euros in their stack. But while we're waiting, we could talk a little bit about the rest of the streaming schedule. I did mention already that we have a 50-50 Omaha cash game tomorrow, and then on Friday we have day 2. No, on Friday we have the Omaha, the 2,500 euro Omaha championship final table. That will be exciting. I'm not sure I'll be the main commentator for that, but you will have some entertainment while watching some ballers play for a lot of money, and one of the biggest Omaha tournaments in Europe of the year. And then the last 2 days on Saturday and Sunday will bring you the conclusion of the 500,000 guaranteed 550 Grand Prix main event. But today there's been a lot of exciting tournaments. The Bratislava Poker Festival, 400 Mystery Bounty, gathered quite a lot of players today for day 1B. Yesterday had around 100-ish. Today appears to be double that. The Grand Prix opened up its day 1A tonight as well at 6 o'clock. There was a satellite for that earlier today at 2. And then tonight at 8, the 150 nightly tournament kicked off. Yesterday, we witnessed our first winner in that event as well. That one yesterday, before even the qualifiers arrived, before really anyone came to town, got more than 100 entries as well. There's an update, though, on yesterday and what's to come on the Party Poker blog, so I suggest that you check that out. Pretty much everything you need to know is there. But if you have any questions in the chat, let me know. I see day 1 is online by Victor Bits. No, that's not the case. Not for this one, Victor. It's day 1s are only live. There's 6 of them. They're running until Friday or Saturday. I have to recheck that because day 2 is Saturday. There's one before day 2. So there's a turbo flight also before the start of day 2. But there's still plenty of time to head on over here. There's satellites every day for it as well. So if the 550 buy-in is not something you want to chuck in, go ahead with the cheaper satellites. Get in for pennies on the dollar. In for the min, out for the max, as they say. And Adam does call a bet of 200 euros. We do not know what he has. It was a mystery hand from beginning to end. But we do know the top pair was good, so I'm assuming based on that flop and being called on still on the turn that he had a king. You really can't put him on a weaker ace. You can't put him on a weaker ace because that would be a chop. That's why you could bet the ace. And definitely not the flush. Definitely no 7. So the only really thing that it could be is a king or some kind of pocket pair, which I think would have gotten out of the way. Like something like 10s or jacks can fold with both a king and an ace on the board, facing a bit of aggression. Of course, these players may have some history with each other that we're unaware of, which would change the way that they play. I also prefer an exploitative play. I don't have time to study a lot of GTO. I understand the basics, but I don't have time to run sims, so I'm still more of an exploitative player myself.
A few nice-ish hands.
Yeah, we have some pretty cards here. And so far, it's cheap to get in. Tani raising just a 25 from early position with his jacks. And once Cyprian calls, it invites Easy with aces to call with his ducks. Victor getting in with his baby suited connectors, and Adam just tossing in another 15 from the big blind. So 5-way to a flop.
Yeah,
You don't see this happen very often in tournaments, do you, Venice?
it's a bit of a rare one.
In cash games it happens, but in tournaments it's quite rare, unless it's like level 1 or level 2 or something. But the jacks flop is set on the 5-jack ace flop. Nobody with the flush draw on the flop anyway. Nobody with the flush draw on the turn, but the turn gives Adam Broadway. Now, of course, Tani can improve to quads or a full house, but Adam wants somebody to bet here. He didn't want to be the one to do it.
How is he going to play this? Huh.
I mean, he's going to let Tani bet with this set, and Cyprian maybe not going anywhere, but this 2-pair also with the strong hand on a scary board. At least it's easy with aces to fold, or easy with aces. It's
Yeah.
too many easies in one sentence. And Victor will fold as well, but let's first see if Cyprian comes along with a raise, a call. I don't think he's going to fold quite yet. He may fold if Adam decides to come in right now. It is, once again, scary for him. Like, what does he do with any club, any spade, board pairing? You know, he's good for right now, but he does fold the 2-pair. Impressive.
Strong.
Nice read there.
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
He'll be happy he did. He was drawing to a queen and only a queen for that full house.
Indeed.
Any other board pairing would have given Tony a better full. And Adam jamming it in. I like this quite a lot for the reasons I earlier
He
mentioned.
knows what he has, and he's seen whether he's got a flush draw or...
And Tani making the quick call with this set, and they're only running it once, folks. So the 9 of diamonds completing the board on the river. Quite a cooler there for Tani. I mean, he did bluff away early on, but this time it was just the cards. It's really hard to get away. The only hands that are beating you there are the king 10 that we saw, obviously pocket aces and queens, but those hands play differently from the big blind. If you have pocket aces and queens, there's no way you're not 3-betting pre-flop with 4 other players in the pot before you.
You want to make value out of that.
You want to thin out the field and build up the pot if you
Yeah.
have queens or aces. So the only hand really beating him here was the king 10.
Not good.
Well, it's not the easy with aces, Super Dave. I see the chat now that you are thinking of. It's a players are allowed to use their own nicknames, and apparently just because one player has a famous Twitcher has that as their nickname doesn't mean another player can't use it, or
Makes
maybe it's
easier
in
for
honor
you
of
to
Fenton.
find him. I mean, that's probably the reason why he put that name
Easy to find, maybe easy to win pots.
as well. Probably gives him luck.
Now, Venice, I know you play a little poker. Do you play some cash games too, or mostly tournaments?
It'd be cash games, but I do like Omaha.
You like Omaha. So will you have time to tune into tomorrow's stream? Unfortunately, we have other guests tomorrow, but
Fine, I'll try and assist in some way, somehow. You might see me at the table in the background or on the mic. We'll see.
is it me, Venice, or is it like every hand there's at least one
There's
player with
something.
jacks?
I don't know, it's the energy. We're setting the energy, Jason. Something's happening. Jacks have been coming out a lot, 3 times now.
Yeah, I think there's 15 jacks in the
These
deck.
last 4 hands.
a bit
They're all fairly young on the table, aren't they? Young players.
Mostly young. I spoke with Tarka the most, and he's 22.
Tarka's
From Galway, yes, and
Okay.
people can't see you pointing, Venice, but
Yeah,
in
of
seat
course.
6.
I knew that.
If we get a webcam in Venice,
We're
it'll just be on
eventually
you.
gonna get
I'll be
there. We will
sitting
eventually
in the
get
corner
there,
away from the
exactly.
webcam.
You know, AI will actually probably have that happen. They'll
Oh,
scan
yeah,
our
we can do
faces
that.
And then they're going to robot us into the whole scene.
Soon AI will do our jobs for us. And
No, we don't
You're not
want
going to have a
that,
Twitch
Jason.
commentator.
No.
You're going to
They
have.
can't speak like us. No.
It'd be scary if other people thought like us. Actually,
I know.
we need to be unique in this world.
It is scary indeed. King Queen. I don't mind that hand if it's suited.
It seems like 25 is the standard open on this table. Nobody really varying off that. It's always interesting to seeing bet sizings. You know, it does create the table dynamic as well. And not really the flop
Tony,
that either player needs. Although I think William can easily have made a continuation bet there just because it doesn't connect well with really the big blind's defending range either. Now William, though, that jack does make his hand prettier. Has that open ender. An ace for Broadway, 9 for a king high straight. And now he's happy to bet. And did we get a call here? Oh, it's not Tony, I don't think, in the hand.
Yeah,
This makes a lot more sense. It is Yi here with the mystery hand once again. He does have his cards in the box, and let's see what Yi came up with here. It did go check on the river. We don't know what that card is yet. And we don't know what either player had there, but
Yi takes the pawn.
yeah, Yi had, I think, an ace, if my eyesight was correct, in his hand. We don't know the river, so we really don't know much more, but Yi wins the pot. That's what we do know. So for those of you just tuning in, I'll be with you all week long. This is Jason Glatzer. Those of you that travel around in Europe playing poker have probably run into me at one point or another reporting events.
You do have a famous face, Jason.
I have a famous face.
Indeed.
That's nice to know.
You do.
I was at every party poker event last year doing the reporting while my friend and legendary commentator Henry Kilbane was leading the way along with Melissa. This time around, you have me and a lot of guests. We have Fintan, as I mentioned, joining us later in the week, the Irish Poker Tour founder, Lucky Mo Thomas from Ireland. We have the Lithuanian connection as well.
Oh, yeah.
He will be joining as well for some Omaha action for his first time. It'll be his first time commentating as well.
For them all in the deep end. I'm in the deep end right now. It's my first time.
Ah, that's good though.
I mean, I've been on the mic before with the camera, but yeah.
More
this
than
is a
me,
bit
actually,
different.
because you're an amazing host. Always trying to think, who can I interview next?
I know. I like to put people on the spot. Whereas here, it's just me and you, Jace, and
You
the
can put me
screen.
on the spot, but it's
I
going to
know,
be very
but
hard.
No, I can't be that mean.
It's going to be very hard. Unless you start getting personal, then it's very easy.
Get in. It's funny. We like to mix it up. So yeah, do feel free to send messages. We love to interact even with people that want to just send over a message online. Say your name out loud and read what you say, as long as it's not rude.
And in a language we can understand.
Yes.
So what do we have covered? We have English,
We have
sort
English,
of.
Italian, and French from my
French
side.
from your side, and
Yeah.
from my side, a little bit of Spanish and a little bit of Lithuanian.
We're good. We're good. We don't need anything more. I mean, maybe Chinese, but yeah.
Maybe. We can find somebody for that if we need.
Think so. Indeed. Do you play poker yourself often?
I play quite a lot. I mean, obviously, when I'm traveling, I focus on my work. If I can squeeze in a little bit of poker, I do. I was thinking of playing the tournament last night, but I wanted to be
Yeah.
well rested today, and I heard that went quite late, so I
Did
think I
it?
made the
What
right
time did it
decision.
finish?
I'm not sure, but it ended in a heads-up deal.
Thank God we didn't go. I was thinking of you last night. Did he go? Did he not go?
Should
I was
I stay or
wondering.
should I go?
I know, but I was wondering whether it would be an easy one to win. I just need, quick turbos.
I've been playing
Come on.
so much online again.
Yeah.
Some of the chat may recognize me from online, actually, from back in the day when I was using mostly the Wacky Jackson name.
What's your name on?
On Stars, I'm still Wacky Jackson,
Oh,
but
Wacky
I'm not
Jack.
going to give my Wacky Jackson, but I'm not going to give my names on. Well, that's my name on Party too, but I can't play from where I am.
What about your Instagram and all of that?
That's Jackson Poker, Jaxon.
Wacky Jack all over the gap.
I'm not really on Instagram much though. I use Twitter
But Facebook, you
and
are.
Facebook. I use, yeah.
I mean, me on Santa Madonna everywhere.
Santa Madonna.
Santa Madonna's me. Venice everywhere.
But we have a hand here, so let's hop back into the Astro. We have Peter here opening up with the Ace 10 for 25, but Victor waking up with the pocket rockets from one seat over, making the easy 3-bet, clears out the rest of the field. He does want Piotr to call. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't meant to be. Disciplined fold there by Piotr. And Victor would have liked a bigger pot, but at least his aces didn't get cracked. It's better to win a small pot with aces than to
Yeah.
lose a giant pot with aces.
I don't know. I like trapping when I get aces. To pretend. I let everyone do what they
But it's
wanna
hard
do.
in early position to do that.
Yeah,
Like you
that's
can
true.
sometimes just defend your big blind with aces
Yeah.
if there's like one or maybe even two players in, but then
Depends on
there's so many
position.
flops that are
Yeah.
tricky. I'm a very aggressive. I may not be
Player.
aggressive in real life, but when I'm on the table, I'm quite aggressive.
Really?
Yeah,
You're an
so
action
it's
player.
like, yeah.
Cool.
I mean, that's why I play
with you.
more PLO than Hold'em Cash, but I'm playing mostly Hold'em tournaments, and yeah.
That's cool.
If I'm 3-betting hands like 8-9 suited,
Yeah.
I have to 3-bet my aces too.
Well,
you know?
I'm the same. I mean, I think that's more exciting to watch.
So easy with aces, not with aces, with jacks,
Got the jacks again.
but the no action. But then again, there's so many ways to play jacks. All of them are wrong, so
Yeah.
maybe just taking down the blinds is the correct way to do it.
I'm not a big fan of jacks, to be honest with you. They're dangerous.
And we have, I knew it, Jason is first in the dinner queue. I'm not sure. I mean, I did have dinner tonight at the buffet.
Who's there? Somebody's staring. Who's there?
I'm trying to figure out who saw me sneak in.
See, I told you you have a famous face. Jason.
But that's another benefit here at Card Casino. So thank you for at least bringing that up in through the window. They do have a buffet starting at
bad.
4 o'clock for the players. They can go in once a day for free.
Yep.
And after that, it's very cheap to get in. They could just top up their player's card and go back in. It's a nice little benefit you don't see at most casinos. But meanwhile, we had both players here with an ace. There wasn't much happening here. Pre-flop, we just had Tarka open up 425, and we had Victor defend this big blind with a stronger ace, and he's still ahead with Tarka having some kicker problems. Tarka opting to keep it small, saving himself a little money. Of course, a 5 can come on the river where the board can pair up at that 6 or 8 for a chop. But otherwise, Victor is miles ahead at the moment.
Leading.
Although we do have a flush draw now for Tarka. I didn't notice that 8 was hard,
Yeah.
so he isn't miles ahead, but he is ahead.
Is
And Victor betting out big here. Is Tarka going to sniff this out? Even if he does, he's likely to call. But he's maybe trying to range his opponent. Does his opponent have a stronger hand, or is he doing this with a draw hand like 7-9? But now he doesn't have to worry about anything. Gets the nuts on the river, that 4 of hearts completing the board. This will likely slow Victor down a little bit.
was checked.
Unless Victor's going to try to rep that flush, but he does check. Tarka is certainly not checking back the nuts.
Doubt that.
He looks like he's in pain. I
Yeah.
love this.
But he's just playing the part. He knows he's good.
There's some poker players that
His
would do
chips.
very well in Hollywood.
Yes.
It looked
I
like
mean,
a-
if he'd have taken his time on that one, that would have been definitely Hollywood. But the
But
timing
it
was
is-
all right.
But it is a big bet, so it does look quite bluffy here. It was a bet of 350 into a pot of a little less. And Victor with a very strong hand. I mean, it is a bluff catcher at this point on this kind of board, but still.
Didn't really show that he actually had a flush, so he may not call Victor, 'cause he doesn't really know. He's probably placed him on it.
It might even be because the bet is big you can call, because if you're bluffing, you're typically not going to just bet 1/3 of the pot into somebody that just bet big on the turn. You're going to bet around the pot. This is an overbet to the pot. So it does look rather bluffy. It is a polarizing kind of bet. There are some
Good
players
move.
tricky enough to do this for like thinner value, but it is typically a polarizing bet. Either he has it or he doesn't.
It's enough maybe to convince him to call.
He is thinking about it. Trying to see if the story adds up here. In lower stakes games, we would often just see people, I have top pair, I'm calling, you know,
Yeah.
without thought. It doesn't mean you should be folding top pair all that often, but it means it's worth at least thinking about. Does call only to get the bad news. Once again, I do like he thinked it over, so his read just happened to be a little bit wrong there, but I mean, it was a case either he has it or he doesn't.
done.
And Tarka's never played in Bratislava before, so there's
has
no
he
way
not?
these two players had a read on each other after this few hands.
There you go.
So it is a tough spot. So let's say hi to a few people in the chat. Hello, Borbag, welcome. Welcome to Valencia 2254. Welcome again to In Through the Window. I'm not quite sure about being first in the dinner queue, but maybe you could explain that a little bit to me.
Reveal yourself.
Hello again to Super Dave. This is the Easy with Aces that's a little bit less famous than the Easy with Aces that we know. Hello Supernova. Hello Diego Poker. Hello Jungle Bear.
I feel like
Ex
these might be
Zagath.
friends of the people on the table.
Should I say hi to Nightbot? I have like a love-hate relationship with Nightbot. Nightbot may take over our job at some point, actually. Okay, but back to the action here. We have two players with not so strong hands. We have Easy with Aces with something other than aces. I'm probably going to say that another time. Opening from the cutoff at the defend by Adam with the stronger Queen 9. Easy with Aces trying to rep that he actually does have an ace. And does get Adam the full middle pair, so I mean, it wasn't a big pot, but does show that he can mix it up with hands like Jack 6 suited in position. But back to saying hello. Hello, Victor Bits. Hello, Terminator Line. Hello, Giselle Bra. Rato 666999 F Menti. Thank you all for tuning in. Once again, this is Jason Glatzer, joined for the next half hour or so, maybe longer, by Party Poker host Dennis. After that, I'll be on my own, I think, for a little while, and if Alex isn't busy donking around in a tournament, we'll have Bulgaria's Alex joining us. He's a B-Win streamer for the end run of the stream as well. We'll be streaming till about 12:30, a little after midnight local time. So if you're in the UK, about 11:30 UK time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. I think that's enough time zones, Venice.
Yeah, I think we're the same as Italy here.
Jason, we didn't have any commentating. Then the TD announced dinner break, so I guess there was no comms as you were first at the buffet. Ah,
That's only because Jason knew the time when the buffet opens, which is 4 o'clock, people.
so I wasn't coming through in the beginning. That's interesting. That's what they're saying. So I was here from the very first hand and through the window. Certainly not at the buffet,
Our Jacks.
but it is the first day, so
Wow, course.
expect these kind of things, but it's this the third or fourth time that he's gone jacks easy with aces. He needs to change his name easy with jacks
Yeah.
or I love jacks.
Wow, you got 4 actually decent hands. I've always wanted to see these sort of hands being
Yeah, we
dealt
have an
out.
interesting hand. Nobody 3-betting. It was Cyprian leading off the action, opening to a larger sizing of 30, and 3 players calling all with pocket pairs.
They're all in on this one.
And they all might think that this is a good flop for them, actually.
Yeah, every single one.
And I expect Cyprian to lead out often on this flop, but he does check. Easy with aces, who is ahead at the moment,
Pocket 4s.
opening up to 55. I mean, when you're calling 4s, it's usually going to be a set mine. It's very rare that you get 3 cards under than a 4 to show up on the flop. It does call, at least to see a turn.
Yeah, same with the 8s.
And the 8's going
Good
nowhere
call,
as
Chief
well.
eight.
It was only Cyprian, the opener, getting out of the way. And he's going to regret that now with the king coming on the turn, but
Good roll.
that's poker for you, folks.
Exactly.
He was kind of priced into call there, I feel,
Was,
too, but
but-
it's sort of like still scary with all those spades there.
There's that flush
And-
draw.
And you're very often behind, so I don't mind it. It just didn't work out for him. And this may check through again unless we see Tony or Victor try to bluff it.
Yeah.
There's really no reason for easy with aces to be betting here, because typically he's only going to be called when he's behind. And easy with aces, making it easy with jacks, collecting a pot of 290 euros. But there's this video, like this old school video showing about, it's like I think labeled something like how easy it is to play with jacks. I forget the title of it, but then it just shows like one guy playing online constantly losing with jacks. Now I think easy with aces needs to change his name easy with jacks.
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
clips from the stream and show, no, playing jacks is quite easy.
I don't recall ever winning with jacks. They've been quite dangerous for me.
And we have Dark Angel. Welcome, Dark Angel. Donna,
Donna.
in the chat.
Yes.
My
We need
favorite
more women.
moderator.
Yes.
Lovely person.
Oh, you know her?
Yeah, and well, I think we may see her in Malta too. You'll get to meet her too, Venice.
I haven't met her.
She's the godmother of poker in my eyes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look forward
She's been busy over the summer with the Twitter spaces, but maybe, Donna, you'll take a break now that the WSOP is over.
That's cool.
But anyone that watches a lot of Twitch streams knows who Dark Angel is. She keeps the chat in order.
Oh,
Also
cool.
helps support people like me doing commentating, but Dark Angel and I were friends well before I was commentating,
Wow.
because I used to love to do Facebook Lives when I was reporting, so she would like to tune into those. And
Yeah, they're fun.
then I wanted
too.
to know who Donna was, and we
Oh, is
got
that
to know
how
each
you
other. This
met
is
her?
years and years ago.
No way.
And now we run into each other maybe once a year. Donna doesn't get to travel all that much, but
Also,
she does love Malta, so I think we'll see her in
Yeah.
Malta. Are you going to come, Donna, or you don't know yet? Welcome, Jim Ladd, as well. I should move my,
no, don't worry, Jason. I can.
because we basically have the action on a big screen, but then I have the Twitch chat on my
Computer.
MacBook here. So I can chat along with everybody watching on the Party Poker TV Twitch channel. And we have easy with jacks, where we've already changed his name, opening to 25. Not with a jack, he has an ace this time. And Adam coming along for the ride with a 3-bet with 7-5 offsuit. So Adam wants to get involved here. And this would be technically a decent flop for a 3-better. But with easy with aces holding that ace, it may not work. But Adam, it looks like, took down the pot. We don't know exactly what happened there. No, it was easy with aces taking down the pot, it looks like. But And this will happen, you know, in streams where we may not see like the full complete hand at times. When it's a cash game, it doesn't really matter too much. When it's a tournament and it's a big hand, then it's a little bit different. But this is my second time commentating here at Card Casino Bratislava, and I have to say that the setup that they have here is one of the best that I've seen. We're in a nice soundproof booth,
It's a little
and
hot, but
it
it's all
ran
right.
very smooth, I would say, in terms of all the technicalities.
It's all high tech. I like the casino. The layout of the casino is quite nice. The colors are very Joker.
I was watching as they were setting up that table. You notice the orange light
Yeah.
on the table, so they can change the color of that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so we were playing around with that earlier, and it was very cool to see.
Wow.
But back to the action, we have Piotr opening up the 25 pre-flop with the king-jack. Does flop top pair. Adam came along for the ride in middle position with his sevens. We do not know any of the betting going on, but we have to assume there was betting somewhere with, no, it looks like maybe not. Well, it was a 165 euro pot, so there was betting somewhere along there, and we see that Piotr wins with top pair against the snowman.
Snowman. The sevens.
Is anybody watching here in Bratislava? I would love to meet you if you are. If not, we can meet at another party poker event later in the year. The next stop will be
Malta.
in Malta
Yeah.
at the end of September and then the beginning of October at,
You'll find us there as
one of
well.
my favorite places at Portomaso
Oh
Casino.
yeah, I love it there too.
The tournament director that's normally there, Danilo, is in town. I
yeah.
saw him chatting along with the poker manager here. Shout out to Lasso. He's also an amazing guy. Okay, so now we have stuff happening. So we have 80 euros in the pot. We could see the action again. So let's get back in. Easy with aces. Only has a gut shot. Adam turns the top pair with an amazing kicker, and Yi with really nothing at all. So expect Adam just to take it down. He does, and Adam winning a lot of small pots, and it's beginning to
Yeah.
add up.
Yeah.
And what was funny is I chatted a little bit with Adam, but then
Adam's the Italian.
yeah, and I asked him his name. He said, "Hi, I'm Adam." I said, "Hi, I'm Jason." And then we both turn and we look at the TV table there. It wasn't this one, it was the other gentleman.
Right.
He's wearing a name tag. Adam, he's like, "Oh, here," and tries to give Adam his
Okay.
name tag. But it's nice. Dealers all have a nice sense of humor, too.
They do.
Although I've never been a dealer myself, I feel like part of the family in many ways after all the events. I've worked in various capacities. I
Dealers
have
see it
a lot
all.
of respect for the dealers,
Yeah,
and they
they
do help
see
me
it
with
all.
my work a lot too. It's not the reason I'm nice to them, but it is a fringe benefit. If you're reporting and they see you, you know,
I know. Well, I
you
kind of
give
gave
them
it
the
a
quick
good
link, and then
2 years gap of not dealing anymore to then be, okay, let me jump into becoming a TV host. But full respect to everyone who's a dealer. I think it's not an easy job.
Back to the action here. We had a 4-bet by Yi. Cyprian 3-betting is 8-6 off, and it took down. It was Yi 4-betting, though, to 300. Neither player with premium hands. Maybe Yi had a read there, because we haven't really seen him do like a massive aggressive action with the 4-bet previously. Or maybe just mixing it up. But Venice, you're an amazing host, so I imagine, I don't know you as a dealer, but I imagine that you're also
Oh, I'm funny.
good at everything that you do.
Funny as a dealer. I'll make sure everyone's involved in the combo, that everyone feels relaxed.
I remember last year at Bratislava how you really got that karaoke party going.
Karaoke, interviews, anything. And as long as you're laughing, that's all that matters. This is a nice hand.
So we have Tony opening up with the King 8 suited from early position. Cyprian now the one to 3-bet. It's a 75 with the Ace 10. And William with a pair of 10s himself with the decision to make. This is why the 3-bet was a decent idea to thin out hands, but probably the 10s are going nowhere. In fact, it's a 4-bet, but a light one. Does apparently want to play his 10s in position. He does have one of the shorter stacks in play too with 870, so I almost would have liked to see either just a call or a larger 4-bet. But then again, I'm not the one sitting playing 5-10 Hold'em right now. I'm here in the booth. And my guess is William is just trying to build the pot a little bit, maybe get some more players out. But Victor now with the decision. Now if William just calls, Victor's coming along with that ace-queen. And if William folds, the same idea. But it's a bit more difficult now facing a 4-bet, and does fold. And we saw an ace in there, so if Cyprian did call, Cyprian would be a bit behind, but 4-bet works. Didn't have to be much apparently. It seemed rather light, but it was enough to get the job done. So let's say hi to the newcomers in the chat. We have Juliana. Welcome, Juliana. Supernova, you've been in here since the beginning. We also have BPLPS, Poker Princess.
Rings a bell, Poker Princess.
I know a Poker Princess, but that's Tanya, and this says Tantina. So I'm not sure if it's Tanya, but if it's, oh, it is Tanya. I should read the message and not just the name. Hey, Tanya. Looking forward to seeing you at the next stop. It's an amazing job what the IPT is doing. And Tanya's going to be a host for the first time for a ladies event coming up as well.
So she'll be with me?
Not that kind of host. She's going to actually be hosting the tournament.
Oh, the introducing the tournament.
Yeah, introducing, getting players, and creating like the vibe, all that fun stuff. And Tanya's perfect for that.
Nice.
We have Mike Slayer in the chat as well. Wrong name on C2 player mates.
I think that's the aces guy.
Yeah, we just have, players are allowed to use whatever nickname they want on a cash game table here at Card Casino. It'll be different starting in 2 days when we start broadcasting some of the tournament action, starting with the high stakes 2,500 pot limit Omaha affair, which should have some big names. There people will have to use their real names. And certainly in the Grand Prix, where we'll be broadcasting most of the final 2 days, that will be the case as well. But for now, if a player wants to use a nickname, even if a more famous player is already using that nickname, we'll allow it. It doesn't mean that we'll be mixing up their mixed name. We've already called him Easy with Jacks because he's had Jacks a lot.
We've baptized him.
But now we have Adam 4-betting with the ace-queen. Maybe a little bit bad timing here with Piotr having the queens. Both players have chips in front of them too.
Roughly.
And Piotr making the call. And not the worst flop for queens, especially facing a 4-bet. I mean, he should be a little bit afraid of kings and aces, but nothing with that ace-king, ace-queen going on. It would be a lot scarier if it was an ace-jack 7 flop versus a jack-jack 7 flop, for example. But we have Adam continuing the aggression here. Piotr not going anywhere. There's no point in him really raising there. But meanwhile, Adam turning a flush draw. So it's not only an ace that'll get there, but any spade that is not a queen. Because the queen of spades would give Piotr a full house. And Adam
all in.
Jamming his draw here. I believe we saw Tony do that the first hand.
Yep.
And it wasn't really a draw. He just had 2 overcards. In this case, it's a very good draw for Adam. And we could see it should be an easy call by Piotr, but once again, Adam 4-bet pre-flop. So Adam definitely has kings and aces in his range. Even potentially pocket jacks, although that would be like such a massive cooler if that was the case.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have hands like ace jack, but maybe he would. We've seen players, we saw Yi actually 4-bet before with queen jack suited, so there are potentially some jacks depending on how Adam really plays. But being that most of these players are playing together for the first time, as far as we can tell, you typically want to give players credit before you learn that you don't need to. That being said, if I'm at the table, there's no way I can fold here. I would just be kicking myself later if it turned out he had kings or aces. Unless I had like a decent read.
Is that hay?
I do like that he's thinking once again. It is quite a bit of money, earning the pot 1,700 euros, but he'd be having to put almost 1,000 and more.
He's put in a fair amount already.
And does make the call here.
All players remaining in Grand Prix Day 1, please go back to your seats.
Or did he? So it looks like right now he's just asking for maybe a count. He didn't call.
Less than 3 minutes remaining when
I
the
saw the
break.
triangle come out, and should have been paying attention that the
That was
chips
the
are being
all-in,
counted. Yes. Well, we did have an all-in by Adam. I'm not sure why Adam even asked for a count, being that he can see that his opponent has twice as many chips as him,
I feel
but
like
maybe
he's
it's
trying
just
to get a
outward
reaction.
thinking.
That's what it is. He's trying to see if he can read his opponent.
I sometimes look down at the opponent's hands, but then
yeah,
sometimes
that's
like and
not
now
right.
at my local players know that I do that, and then they'll try to fake me out with it too, so I don't do it anymore.
You've got caught out before.
A lot of leveling wars.
I mean, there are ways of reading players. Coming from a dealer's perspective, I'm not going to spill the beans, but there are a few things.
Give us one, spill one bean. No?
It's the eyes as well, where the eyes look. If you ask somebody a question, depends on if the eyes will look straight at you or they'll answer by not looking at you.
Interesting.
There you can tell whether they're lying or not.
I may go and start wearing sunglasses at the table. Certainly
Yeah.
against you I'm going to.
That's one of them.
If I'm on the toilet, I don't need to pay.
You will have.
Also, if you see somebody so stiff, does not twitch 1 second. It's like, oh my god, I got aces, but I don't want them to know. And they're so afraid to make any sort of move.
It was great.
So we have a couple nice shout outs here. Thank you, Tanya, for the compliment. And we have Mike Slayer here asking who you are. So this is the lovely Venice. She is the party poker host.
Yeah.
Very multi-talented. Pretty much can do everything other than my core job of reporting, but she's
Can't do
proven she can do
somersaults.
commentating as well.
Everything else, yes.
Can you do cartwheels?
No.
No? So
I
can't
can
do
touch my
live
toes.
reporting and can't do cartwheels,
Yeah.
but you can do anything else.
Anything else, indeed. I'm Irish-Italian,
So we got
and
a
I
straddle.
live in
Okay, ready?
London. And whenever there's the party poker events, I get caught and I fly over. So you will see me in Malta unless you want to get a plane over to Bratislava. I'm here till the end of the week. So come meet me.
I think we're going to see half the Twitch chat come over. Not to meet me anymore, because maybe a lot of them already know me, but just to
I
meet the
told you,
lovely
you've got
Venice.
a famous face. They need to see you. There's our Chinese aces.
100.
So you call snowmen Chinese aces?
Yeah, you said snowmen before when there was the sevens. The sevens?
No, it was with the eights.
Are you sure they were
Yes.
eights? I think
Maybe-
they were sevens. Just that's why I was
Maybe
like,
I'm
there's
getting
sevens,
senile.
Jason. But
But we have Adam here raising it up to 100. A 3-bet from the button. William, who opened,
bit of a flush.
unless there was a straddle here, but does call with the snowmen. This time we can call them snowmen.
We shall.
A coin flip situation even on this flop. Adam with the 2 overcards and the flush draw. William good with those 8s, but that ace of hearts on the turn changes everything. And it's going to be tough for Adam to get any value out of this hand. I would have liked to see him bet that turn though. But maybe he didn't want to build up the pot in case there was a scary river on that all red board. The 9 of clubs though is a safe card, and being that William checked it all the way through on all 3 streets, I expect Adam to try to get value now. I don't expect it to work, especially for a big bet of 250 euros.
And that's it.
But Adam once again picking up another small pot.
Yeah.
So we've renamed easy with aces, easy with jacks, because he's had jacks so many times. And we know who the real easy with aces is, and it's not him. And Adam, we have to come up with a nickname with
Adam's been quite
picking up all
popular.
the small pots.
Yeah.
But they've all been adding up.
The small pot dominator.
Small pot dominator. SPD.
Raise 25, button. Give it.
So we have Whittiam here with the aces, the real aces.
Aces. Give some kings or queens.
Bet pass.
But nobody waking up with anything. I mean, Tarka has a defendable hand with the queen 8. But rather
Tark hasn't
unfortunate.
been playing a bit, so he wants to play.
Well, he doubled up the first hand.
Yeah.
After that, he really didn't have to do anything. He could just sit back and chill out for the next few hours if he wants. But he's here to win more. I had a nice talk with Tarka, as I mentioned before the stream started.
Some check.
He's the Irish boy.
Just 22 years old.
That's mad. But cool. I mean, well done to him.
He obviously knows what he's doing.
Just bet. 30.
And
30.
although we could see that this bet maybe isn't the wisest against aces, it is wise against Whittiam's opening range. I do like the bet on the turn with his open ender, and even without that, with having all those low cards on the board after your opponent
Yeah, he's
already checked once. But that 3 of clubs is not going to scare Whittiam away with those aces. There's not enough in the pot for Tarka to fire out like a very large one that would be like a lot of Whittiam's stack.
Tark is pretending he's got the 6.
130. Still 30. Awesome.
It is an overbet. Nice polarizing overbet, but not going to work this time. Tarka showing a lot of heart there, but just didn't work out for him. Whittiam getting some value at the end just by playing passively with his aces, letting his opponent do his dirty work. And it's better to win a small pot once again with those aces than to lose a big one. And Mike Slayer is saying 9-handed cash. I did petition when we had the 8 players, when one dropped out, let's keep it at 8, let's keep it at 8. But the players wanted to play with 9 too. They enjoy this as well. And we want to get as many players on the TV table as possible as well throughout the week. Certainly it will not be 9 players tomorrow in the Omaha. Don't know how many we will have in the 50-50. But it'll be my second 50-50 PLO that I'm commentating here. And last time it turned out to be like 50-50, 100, 200, crazy shit going on.
See that? I like seeing the bigger.
3. Raise 75. 77.
I know a few of the players that will be in that because they've already contacted me to be on the list when they found out it was happening.
Oh yeah?
But I do not want to out them yet because they still can change their minds.
From the UK?
One is from either Germany or Austria.
Okay.
I do have a UK player that could play those stakes joining me in the booth.
Cool. Okay.
And Mr. George Sanford, professional commentator, amazing Omaha player as well.
Nice.
And now Adam, once again, getting involved, 3-betting with the Queen 10 suited. Adam seems to have a good handle on things. We did rename him SPD.
Yes, we did.
But this time he's going for a larger pot. He wants to ditch the nickname. He wants to just be Adam.
Heads up.
And Victor calling with his weak suited ace.
Not check.
And even though that flop didn't connect for Adam, it is a lovely flop for Adam.
Yeah.
He was the 3-better, but does check it. And maybe that was for the good, because if he got check raised there, then he would have had to give up. And now he does have a flush draw, checking again, but it's only the 9 of hearts completing the board on the river. So Victor's ahead with his ace, and Adam may get called if he bets here because he was not betting on that flop. And if he wanted to trap the
Trying to
flop and
look
bet
at
the
his
turn,
hands.
it's very difficult. And it wasn't a big bet,
Wow.
but Victor giving up. So well done there by Adam.
Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing when it comes to nicking.
It It seems like he wins every small pot he's
Yeah,
involved with it.
yeah.
He wanted to keep the nickname after all. That's why he didn't bet the flop, because
Yeah.
he did 3-bet. Wait a minute. Oh, crap. I 3-bet pre-flop. I have this new nickname. If I bet the flop, the pot's going to be too big. They're going to just call me Adam again.
Oh. We should name them all, and then I'll go on a break and I'll just get stickers and stick them
Stickers.
all on their t-shirt.
And look at this. Easy with jacks again with the jacks. Living up to his brand new nickname.
Seriously,
It's at least his 5th time with
just
jacks.
hold this. It's unbelievable. And fours. Fours have been popular.
Det var call. 3 pass, 4 pass.
Victor calling with this 4 is more than fine to set line in cash games. As of now, he's actually in position, but Tarka's going to change that and be in
Yeah,
position
leader.
himself. Opting not to 3-bet maybe his suited ace was too weak. But does want to see a flop. His ace happens to be live. His 4 is pretty dead, but it's rare that you would be betting just with the 4 anyway. It's more about the spades. And look at this, 2 spades coming on this flop. King, 9, 8. That king is higher than both the jacks with easy with aces and the 4s of Victor. I expect this to go check, check, bet very often. And then he will be putting easy with aces, easy with jacks, whatever you want to call them these days, to the test. But it does check through. But now, the check mark over with Tarka.
My God.
This might be the first time easy with aces lost with the jacks, but maybe he did once before in a small pot as well. But both players drawing dead. Tarka with the nuts, neither player with a draw to a better hand.
Yeah, Tarka.
And quick fold by Adam, not even thinking about it. With no spades. Perhaps if he had that jack of spades in his hand, he would call to see a river. I don't know. And we shall never know, unless the same exact situation comes up and he has the jack of spades instead. Then we can go back to this hand in time and say he would have called with that jack of spades. So thank you all for tuning in once again. This is Jason Glatzer. I'm not sure how long Dennis will be with us, but for
Let's
now
check
I'm
the
joined
time.
by the party host, Dennis. She can stay with us as long as
I'm going to stay
she
for another
wants.
15 minutes,
Ah,
and then
lovely.
I'm going to join the next crew.
The next crew. You're ditching
The
me for
Irish
the better
crew.
crew. The
Well, no, they're not better. I mean, I don't know. I've actually never worked with them before, but let's see how this goes. I'm sure they're great.
No, the Irish crew is lovely, and I want to give a shout out to Ferdia, who
Yeah.
has been amazing all week, to Jerry. I mean, it's only been a couple days so far, but I'm really loving working
vibes
alongside with
are
these
great.
guys.
Yeah, they're
we're all having fun. We're all working hard. And shout out, of course, to Donnell, the Irish TD, and shout out as well, of course, to IPT founder Fintan Gavin, good friend of mine for many, many years. Putting this whole festival together alongside of Party Poker for an amazing week of poker. The Grand Prix guarantees $500,000 by itself. The festival has over $1 million in guarantees scattered around. One of the biggest Omaha events in Europe of the year will start tomorrow with a 2-day affair with a €2,500 buy-in. That's a
sure you
$100,000
tune in.
guarantee. Day 2 of that will be streamed in 2 days' time.
I was there like 2 times for like last 2 months.
But back to the action here. Yi, who seems to love the Queen Jack. Before we saw him 4-bet with Queen Jack suited. This time he's just opening with Queen Jack off, and we haven't seen him play too many other hands. Tawny 3-betting with the Ace King, an easy 3-bet. Clears out the rest of the players, is in position now, making it much easier to play. And Yi making the call. Maybe if it was suited, we would see another 4-bet from him like we did before, but I think that was a one-time only thing for the stream.
Saturday on the 10:25 with
And not the flop either player really needed to see. So we've seen Tawny just go crazy on flops before, at least on the very first hand of the day. Many times you would see this go check, check, but I think we'll see Tawny betting it.
These 2 plays?
I think he likes to continue on,
Yeah.
in a lot of pots, and it works out this time. He was ahead
See bets a lot.
and denies Yi value to improve with a queen or a jack on the Turner River or some other runners for a straight.
The games are tougher.
So the nuts 501, we have an easy with aces imposter. We have players allowed to pick their own nicknames at this table. We've renamed them easy with jacks just because he's had jacks.
A few times.
Yeah, about 50 times in the 30 hands that we've done, he's had jacks. Maybe my math is a little off there, but you get the idea.
1025 is playing under 100 each.
Twos as well.
Three plus.
Been coming
Deuces
up.
never loses, but they do when you decide to fold them pre-flop from under the gun, which is
Raise
fine.
plus at bet 25. Bet pass. Sześć pass.
But Yi with the suited ace deuce,
7 raise, 70 bet 75.
deciding to
Fold and
get
pass.
involved and opening up 2 hands in a row. Ciprian, though, wanting to get back involved. He was active earlier, then quieted it down a little bit, but as a
The 300
suited
button
gapper
is,
here,
broken.
it's actually a double gapper. And this is an interesting flop, folks, because we have Ciprian with the flush draw, Yi with top pair, and Yi disguising his top pair a little bit, but also potentially has some kicker issues. Actually, that king coming alongside helps him. But Ciprian betting big here.
Yeah.
Over betting the pot on the flop. This is often like an overbet on the river we see more often than an overbet on the flop, especially in tournaments. In cash games, you see this more often, but still, an overbet on the flop is a little bit rare. But maybe he's saying, I'm here to play a massive pot.
What
Come
if-
along if you dare.
Do you really have an ace? If you do, call me.
Or do you want to even play your ace? Because I already have something better, you know. But we see he's doing it with a flush draw, backdoor to Broadway, not much else.
Plus, Yi hasn't been in many hands, so probably thinks that that bet will actually cut him off.
And the equities are rather close. And I think part of that is because of the pocket deuces that Adam folded pre-flop. I don't think any other player folded an ace, though. I'm not quite sure why
Yeah.
it is this close, actually. I'm trying to do the math.
You don't understand English.
But Ciprian taking it down, showing one. He's asked to show one, and what is he showing? The 8 of hearts he shows.
We're gonna see him
Getting into Yi's head a little bit. Of course, that other card could have been the Ace of Hearts, and then Yi,
Testing him.
yeah. But Yi seems to just be
He's
ignoring it
keeping
all,
his cool. He's doing well. He's keeping his cool. He's ignoring everything.
whistling while he works.
Yes.
anyhow, my is not a fan.
No, I think he came with his whole family.
With his
Good
whole family.
10 of them came rocking up to the casino. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Raise 3 set 30.
So you met him before you...
Yeah, I did. Downstairs, I gave him a few bits of gadgets here and there. And the whole family.
So Ciprian opening up his sevens, more than fine. Easy with aces. With the 8-5 suited, calling from the cutoff in position, at least as of now. You may have priced Victor in with an offsuit ace-6 on the small blind. If it was a tournament, I would not like this call in a cash game. Playing this deep, it's
25 is there, the stake behind.
more or less okay. I like a 3-bet actually better than a call, so he does 3-bet to 155 euro. Putting Ciprian and Easy with aces to the test. Now, if Ciprian folds, I expect Easy with aces to fold a lot, even though he's in position. But if Ciprian calls, maybe with Easy with aces comes along. Let's see how this plays out, though.
155, yes.
What I like is normally I can predict a lot about what the players might do.
Yeah.
But with this table, they have so many moves in their arsenal, it's almost impossible to predict.
That's what I'm telling you.
Is Ciprian going to put some chips right into the pot? Also got to speak with him a little bit beforehand.
Yeah, what's he like?
He just seemed friendly. I didn't get to learn about. He was a little bit secretive about his poker background. I wasn't going to pry too much. I have to say Tarka was a bit more open with me, but I'm not going to share everything that he told me as well. I'm pretty sure his age and the fact that he's
22.
been playing for a few years despite his young age is enough.
Yeah.
And we could see he is actually a fairly strong player as well.
You're both Romanian, right?
Just pass. C'est des passes.
French?
89 pass. Jedna race, 25, 25.
A lot of players from Greece as well.
Yeah, it's quite an international attendance here. So Piotr with the ace-queen opening to 25, Yi defending with the weaker ace-10. And not the worst flop for either player. I mean, for Yi it's kind of bad, but typically it wouldn't be that bad.
25.
Piotr betting small, and Yi just giving up, saving himself potentially some chips. Needed a 10 or the board to pair for a chop. So Nightbot here going to work. So we have the Grand Prix Bratislava blog. I'm not sure you know who wrote that today, Venice, but I was
was
busy
that?
today writing an article for the Party Poker blog
Okay.
for the stream today, talking a little bit about what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
And one other important thing that I didn't mention. So did you know, Venice, that every day except for today, Party Poker is hosting a free roll, awarding 120 players. The top 2 players win 550 online seats to the Grand Prix Malta, which is part of the Malta Millions Poker Festival. So over the course of the next 4 days at 3 p.m. Eastern Time,
Every day.
every day for the next 4 days, starting tomorrow, will be a free roll at 9 p.m. Local time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. It's password protected, so those of you in the stream, please do not share with on social media, this is the password, because then you'll have more value.
Yeah.
And we want people to watch the stream after all to get it. But we have an interesting flop here, so we'll talk more about the free roll soon, but I want to get into this hand because Cyprian raised with the ace-4. We did see hearts on that flop, and Victor with the nut flush draw, and Tony with a very strong flush draw too, with the second nut flush draw. If a heart comes on the turn, we need to see that flop again. I think it was 3 low cards with 2 hearts. Then we could see Tony lose his stack for the second time at the TV table. And here we go, it is 2 hearts. And we have easy with 9s now. It was easy with jacks for so many hands, but now his jacks turned into 9s. Is ahead. Cyprian with a wheel draw, but it is a scary wheel draw.
Checks.
And easy with aces, trying to thin out the field and maybe even taking down the pot now. Okay, this got interesting here. We have an open to 55 with the 9s. And we have Victor calling with the nut flush draw, and then Tony raising to 200 with the second nut flush draw, and that got the 9s out of the way. So it's flush draw versus flush draw. And Tony drawing to just really a king or 6. He wants a heart as of right now, but doesn't realize how awful a heart would be, because then the stacks are getting in.
Heads up.
And the ace of clubs on the turn. Victor has that check mark, but Tony loves to bet and just has a pot-sized bet behind. This may go in right now, trying to get Victor off the pot, but Victor with the nut flush draw, and now with 2 pair with that ace, would be going absolutely nowhere, would be delighted to call, may not even think about it too hard. I wouldn't be thinking about it at all, but then again, I could be a little bit fishy at times.
We're mad players, so we would do something silly on that in this moment. I would just
So Tony not jamming it in, perhaps saving himself his stack, although, yeah, because Victor checking it back,
wise.
but this could be tough. Now he pairs up with that king. He has 2 pair. It's not as good as Victor's 2 pair, but Tony may think he is good now because it went check-check on that turn.
Yeah.
And it was a scary board with those hearts, so you would expect Victor to be not checking a lot if he did have the ace. And Tony betting 100, That's more of a blocker bet, I believe. And Victor snap calling with his ace to take down the pot. So Tony could have easily lost his whole stack there. Did lose quite a bit of chips, but not his entire stack.
They're fairly similar hands as well. Fucked up that flop.
So I have Giddy Up asking some questions here. I'm not sure if you're talking about here, but we'll talk about here first, Giddy Up. So here we have a 500,000 guaranteed Party Poker Grand Prix with a 550 euro buy-in. Day 1A started today. There'll be 5 more opening fights throughout the day. We won't be commentating that until day 2 and day 3 on Saturday and Sunday. There's plenty of other events. As I mentioned, there's a 400 mystery bounty day 1B today. Tomorrow's day 2 will be rather exciting. If we can get some updates while we're streaming the high stakes cash game, we'll share them along the way with you, but we are locked away in a soundproof booth, so we may or may not get updates on that event. But we'll certainly update you on the blog the following day about who won the event, who won the big bounty, what the big bounty even was, etc., etc. And then tomorrow kicks off the 2500 Omaha High Roller Euro Omaha Championship. Rather big event that has a 100,000 guarantee. I would say it's among the largest Omaha events ever to take place in Europe, but certainly one of the largest of the year.
Cannot wait.
And I've been watching this hand, and I don't expect too much to be happening. And as I say that, we have Easy with aces getting a call by Yi, with really just a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And I don't expect Easy with aces to slow down, because if he was worried about his opponent having a set, that 6 of hearts pairing the board is actually decent for him, because it makes it less likely that his opponent has a set with him having both the aces and queens semi-blocked and the 6s kind of blocking themselves. It's Easy with aces continuing along with the aggression. He understanding that all his backdoors were closed, perhaps should have folded on the flop, were closed. Easily gets off his hand, didn't turn it into a bluff. Stream run good for me. $5 daily legends on party. All in ace king versus ace queen. Board king, 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 x, king, ace. So it's quads, and if we just like steal one of those kings virtually away from the party poker table,
Easy.
then he has a full house, just for fun. GBSK, it isn't Finton hand, but maybe it is a fan of Finton hand. Players can choose their own nicknames. We've renamed him at times Easy with Jacks for his winning pot after pot with Jacks. 5 pots, I think he played with Jacks.
Maybe now when I go there, I will go straight to Easy and ask him for all of you why he has decided to call himself 9 Easy with ace.
But then you need to come back to the booth to let us know.
Oh, no, you can hear me from there, Jason.
I can hear you from there, so you just have to talk really loud.
Yeah, I will. I'll make sure.
So we had Easy with aces opening. We had Tony coming along with the 9s. Neither player thrilled to see the king, queen, 5 flop. Tony repping that he had something other than those 9s. The 9s were ahead anyway, and nice, easy, fast hand. And this was the Adam that I was talking about, the dealer that is getting away from the table. He's the one with the nice sense of humor, trying to hand over his Adam name badge. Unfortunately, I did not get to meet the other TV table dealer at the time, but I'll try to meet him tomorrow if he is going to be the same TV table dealer. These guys do an amazing
They're all
job.
freelance dealers from what I know. So they too travel all over the world to deal for Grand Prix or the millions.
But I don't recognize them from reporting the other party poker events. I felt like I met Adam for the first time. I mean, I do know hundreds of dealers,
Yeah.
not all by name, but by face. So Tony, he has not had the best fortunes at the TV table. Opted not to reload, it appears. after losing a pot earlier. He did reload, actually.
Wasn't it against Tarka as well?
Yeah, but Tony definitely has more than 490 in front of him, I believe. But we'll find out soon enough, because we have a 3-bet here by Tarka with the ace-queen suited, and I expect Tony to 4-bet. I mean, if he has like just 490 back, it may even be a, you know, like a 4-bet jam.
Yeah. Well,
But even then, if the short stack, he may just call to see a flop. With a deeper stack, I would expect to see a 4-bet for sure. But we could see he's sitting on, I think, more. Maybe not. We'll find out in a second. But it is a re-raise. So the one thing we need to make sure for tomorrow, because I do expect to see a lot of reloads in this 50-50 pay-low game, that we get that stuff updated, because he definitely has more than 140 behind.
Yeah,
so
no,
it's
he
just a
does.
matter of not getting
Correct
informed about the
amounts.
reload. He informed about the first one, but the second one, I think he just went to the pocket without anybody noticing. So we'll have to talk to the players beforehand and educate them about how to behave at the TV table. Anytime you're reloading, you need to be loud about it. Anyway, we've lost our graphics, but right now we have ace, queen versus kings and a raising war leading up to a flop that we do not see. Now we see it 7-6-4, 1 club, so Tarka here with the backdoor flush draw, and his ace now connected instead. Pulls ahead. It has not been Tony's day. So now Tony's stack is actually updated. This is nice. So well done. I'm not sure how the tech crew even got that information, because I did not hear Tony announce that he was reloading at any given point in time. So either somebody is extremely good at counting those stacks, or they were able to get the information otherwise.
it's AI, I'm telling you. It's AI.
So what I find interesting here, Tony checked when he still had the overpair, but now that his overpair likely isn't as good, when the ace comes on the turn, it's no longer an overpair, it does
Oy,
bet.
oy, oy.
But now he might be confident about his kings with another ace, pairing the board on the river. Nothing going Tony's way.
Feel
He basically felted his entire stack on the first hand, bluffed it off to Tarka, and now he's about to lose another 4-figure pot to Tarka. There's no way that even if he jammed, Tarka's going anywhere. I mean, there's obviously hands that are beating him, like the pocket 7, 6 is 4, ace 7, ace 6, ace 4.
Yeah.
But he has to feel that he's good. If his opponent jams and he's behind, so be it. It's a cash game, you reload. But it's Tarka now trying to turn his hand, trying to show that his hand is a bluff when we see is not. We saw Tarka do this before when he was bluffing, actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't an all in there, it was just an overbet, but in this case, being that Tony has less than what's in the pot, this kind of thing is fine. It's really a bet of 975. It's not a jam for 2.7K.
You also seen how Tony's been running.
And Tony, it's very hard to get away here, Tony. He did call, though, you on the turn, so maybe that turn bet will actually help him because he got a call, but his opponent is calling with hands like 5x. Great fold by Tony.
It is a good fold.
So it was back-to-back, actually, good hands by Tony, even though he lost them both.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily like the 3-bet that much he did on that previous hand where he had that king-8 suited, but I like it some of the time. You know, it's kind of like a player dependency thing. But great fold, great discipline here.
He's topped up now.
Lines are currently the one ace, 400 behind 800 behind 800.
And we have Victor now with the ace-2 suited from under the gun. Which is
just want to see one last exciting hand, then I'm off.
So I hope it's boring for the next like hour. No offense to the chat here, just so we keep Venice along with us.
I'll come back once I find out why Mr. Aces is called Aces, just to satisfy everyone.
But I think in 5 minutes, if Alex isn't playing,
Yeah.
Alex from Bulgaria, he streams at BWin, which is all part of the whole Entane family that Party Poker is part of. Will be joining us. I just met him earlier today, and people were commenting, "You'll invite anyone to the stream?" I'm like, "No, I have my eye on him. I think he'll be good." Typically, I pick people that I've done it with before, or people that I think that I have some chemistry away from the tables with. But I'm more than happy to do it with new people as well. And same with Lucky Mo. I interviewed him maybe 10 years ago. He's an online poker beast. He's an Irish fellow with Lithuanian roots.
Wow.
Incredible player. I had a nice chat with him today.
Lucky
And
Mo. I
he
wonder
will
what
be
his
great
story
too.
is with the Lucky Mo name.
Yeah, we can find out later in the week.
Yeah.
When we're commenting together, I will ask him. I'm not going to ask him before. I'm going to wait till the stream so I can learn together. I do not know the answer to that. His real name is Thomas.
Oh, wow, so a completely different name. I
Yeah.
thought it was like Muhammad. Oh.
But I'm sure some of you in the chat will recognize the Lucky Mo 32 screen name. A real OG. So here's some stack size. Tarka has had quite the day.
Yeah.
If we have a graphics available for profit at the table, we'd like to see that at some point. We don't need to see it right now, but maybe like once every like 45 minutes or so would be cool. Or after like a big pot is won. Because all players bought in for different amounts. There was no like, you have to buy in for 2K kind of thing. There was a minimum.
Minimum sit down what? It's a 510.
I think it was 1,000.
1,000, yeah. And then if you're a new player, you can manage
But we
to
saw
take
several
some
players buying
down.
for 2. Cyprian with a bigger opening size to 40, because it looks like there was a straddle here. No, it was just a limp by Yi. It was our first limp we see, so it wasn't an open by Cyprian, so the raise sizing is more than fine, not deviating from what we've seen at the table. But 40 is actually okay in the cash games anyway.
Two usual characters.
So very interesting. Cyprian is being aggressive with his sevens despite 2 cards above it. Does bet. He deciding to come along after pairing up his jack despite the ace coming there too. Now maybe feels that his jack is good, but it's really all he can do is call a bet. There's some players that could bet for that thin value, but it's very hard to do so. Because if Cyprian raises there, you very often have to fold the best hand, where you wind up calling when you're behind. It's better just to pot control a bit there. So Yi picking up a small pot there, and Cyprian losing some chips. He said I could also call him Cyprian. We had a little bit of a chat, but I like he first introduced Cyprian, and that's like his given name. He says so for people speaking English, Cyprian is better. But then Adam, the dealer on the table at the time, said, well, just remember chips. So that's what I do. And we have Jerry in here taking some photos. Jerry, one of the amazing Irish lads we were just talking about, working alongside Party Poker, working alongside the Irish
Crew.
Poker Tour, working alongside the Bratislava Poker Festival. Regardless of what festival you want to call it, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Jerry here, taking photos, taking videos all week long. So check out all that material on Facebook. There'll be some on YouTube as well. And now apparently he's taking some photos or maybe some video of us as well. So maybe we should go back to the poker action, Venice. What do you think?
Poker, definitely.
Okay, so we have Ace King here by William, miles ahead of Adam with the Ace Deuce. Adam has a backdoor flush draw. William continuing along. Adam realizing this is a really ugly flop and folds. Adam does seem to like to play a lot of small ball, and it does make it easier to get away when the pots are smaller than when the pots are bigger. You can make big mistakes when the pots are big. It's hard to make a big mistake if you keep the pot small.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, though, it's going to be hard to keep any pot small in this 50-50 100 PLO game. I'm loving this TV table, but I am so looking forward to tomorrow's stream. I've commentated some big PLO games in the past, but the last time I commentated one here at Card Casino Bratislava, the action was insane.
I can't wait.
There were several Norwegians at the table helping that out, but even some of the local
Quite
Slovakian
well.
tables,
Yeah, they like to play.
they were all winning, but they were creating all the action. It was great to see.
This is not bad, maybe.
So we have Cyprian here 3-betting with the King 7 suited over Tarka's open with the pocket 4s. Both in early position, and William with the 10s. He does fold the 10s. Very interesting there. We could see that the 10s would have been good. And in addition to Jerry, we're honored with Verdia as well. We have the Irish Dream Team,
All in one
the whole
place.
production crew
Talk about bodies in a small room.
here with us.
So hot. I am sweating. My palms are sweating.
But back to the action here. So the 10s were folded, but Yi coming along here from the big blind, more than fine to defend, even with a 3-bet in a cash game, looking at how deep these stacks are in a tournament that's an easy fold to when there's a 3-bet pop, but in this kind of cash game, it's fine. I'm still folding there, but it's fine to call. And then we have an 8-deuce king flop with 2 clubs. Cyprian, who 3-bet actually connects with the top pair, so maybe the 10s was wise to fold there pre-flop. Of course, as I said, that a 10 is going to come on the Turner River, but
That happens, Jason.
we probably will not see a Turner River because I can't see Tarka continuing along with those 4s.
That's it. On to the next.
And I've been waiting to see this. We have more chips for Cyprian here.
Just keeps growing.
Chips for Cyprian. What do you think, Ferdia? Can that be a novel? Can we write a podcast, Chips for Cyprian? I think if he can hold his own with a podcast, that would be such the perfect name, Chips with Cyprian.
He does. He says his name is Cyprian. I take all the chips.
Hi, my name is Cyprian. I'm a chip stealer.
You can't chip me.
Well, thank you, Ferdia. He came in to adjust some of our audio. Jerry,
Because I speak.
always a pleasure.
I'll be with you. I'm out in 10.
Oh, no. I said it was a pleasure, but the crew here, Jerry, is stealing Venice away for more important matters. But rest assured, I'll have another guest, I believe.
Got to top up on the makeup and then have to put myself in front of the screen.
Oh, no.
Give people something to look at for a little bit. But I will be back here. I want to assist the Omaha. I really do.
Okay, so when I need a break,
Yeah,
you can join
definitely.
George, or George will need a break, so it's good to have a third person involved as well. It could be fun if we can even get a third headset in here as well, and then we could have you in with both of us
But
for a little bit of
I think
time.
we should get an aircon as well.
The aircon
Little
may be too
penguin.
loud. I think what we need to do is prop open the window before we start
Gotta
streaming.
bring down a bucket of ice.
A bucket of ice.
Bucket of ice. Okay, this is my last hand. This is what I'll watch, and I'll be out.
Okay, everybody full pre, so we have to keep Venice
We
in
wanna
for another
see
hand.
Kings, queens. Putting the shoes on.
We're 20 minutes in the past. These hands were played 20 minutes ago. Otherwise, we can shout at somebody, go, go, tell the players to fold for 3 straight hands. We want to keep Venice in the chat.
5-4, Queen 9. What else you got? 7-5.
So nobody with hands, but we do have a pot. So we have Cyprian opening with the 5-4 to 30, Guy calming along. He seems to like the 7-5 offsuit. It's, I think, 3rd time he's playing this hand. And we have the 3-deuce-8 flop. Not bad for a 5-4 open ender.
Palm up, palm up.
There's some runner-runner combinations for Yi as well, who happens to be ahead with the 7 high at the moment. It'd be funny if this just gets checked down and Yi wins it with 7 high, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yi may decide to bet here,
Always
actually.
them two. Cipriani has a thing for you.
Maybe they've played together before as well, and maybe they have had a little bit of history and both feel they have like an exploitation on each other, but I think it's just coincidence. So Ciprian calling a bet of 80, more than fine, with a draw to a straight, and completes his wheel with that ace of diamonds. Now if he bets here, we expect Yi to fold, so if he checked, he would maybe get some value, but he's putting Yi on a hand, in which case it's smart to bet because his wheel is fairly disguised, considering he opened under the gun with 5-4. Is Yi thinking about raising here? We know he's not thinking about calling, but is he thinking about raising, or is he just doing a little Hollywooding? Or does he think he has like something like pocket sevens instead of the 7-5 that we know he has? Sometimes players do misread his hands. I don't think he did, because we've seen him play 7-5 before.
He's a safe player, though. I think he doesn't.
Oh no! Making a move, showing lots of heart, but the timing is so off. Now we expect Ciprian to do a little bit of Hollywooding before jamming it in, with Yi just having 575 behind. Has the absolute nuts on this board.
He's moving fast.
Moving fast, it wouldn't really matter because Yi has to fold regardless. Perhaps moving fast, just, you know, like a 2-pair might do, I don't know, but now Yi is doing a little bit of posturing. Unless he thinks his hand is something else. I mean, we've even seen the legendary 10-time bracelet winner Phil Ivey misread his hand on a TV table before. Certainly players on a 5-10 stream, you don't expect it happening, but once in a while it can happen. I have to admit, sometimes I may have had a little bit too much alcohol when I'm playing poker, and
it helps sometimes.
it helps with my aggression, but maybe I've misread something on the board. You know, I never really misread my hand.
This guy is so confident.
This is a little bit too much posturing here, Yi, unless you really misread your hand. I mean, you can't think your 7-high is good, even though it was good until the river. Even then, if you were facing this, you would have to fold.
Yeah, lost a lot in that one.
Showed some heart, though. I mean, timing was awful. He'll look back and see. I mean, I don't get myself involved with hands like 7-5 offsuit unless it's like just defending from the big blind kind of stuff or from the small blind.
Definitely.
Occasionally in a tournament when I'm just bullying the table, just opening like from the cutoff or button, but typically
even at that, you shouldn't get too
not
greedy
bothering in a
with
cash
poker.
game with it.
You have to have a lot of discipline, especially Texas Hold'em. I mean, Omaha's going to be a different story. We're going to see a lot of fun with that one. But yeah, it's hard to let go when you're the button. Okay, this is the last hand I am watching. That is it. Okay, because we've got King Jack, 7-7. What else?
You have multiple people asking for your attention, and we have Alec here, so I think it has to be your last
It
one.
is the last hand. It's definitely the last hand.
But we'll see more of you this week, I hope. I know you have a busy schedule, but I know you had some fun too. So
I'm a non-stopper.
those of you in chat, please give some love to the lovely Venice. It was her first time in the commentating booth, and she did a fantastic job as my co-host. But meanwhile, we have some action here, and now we can call him easy with sevens. Whatever pocket pair he might have, he has pocket pairs every 4th or 5th hand. 3 betting to 55 euros. It is a small sizing. And it looks like we have an issue here, but we can't understand what it is because it's being talked about with the manager of the cash game session here in Slovakian.
One language we don't speak.
I've been to this country often enough where I do understand some words now.
Well, you're our guy, Jace.
Like dobre is hello.
Okay.
Maybe I do that. I teach the chat one word in Slovakian every day, but that means I have to learn a few more words as well. We have people already, Alex fans are already in the chat. There must have been some social media sharing there, Alex, but we'll have you in the mic soon. But meanwhile, William calling the 3-bet, hitting the flop nicely on this 8-8 jack, has 2-pair, that better 2-pair than easy with aces. Easy with 7s calling, and now does actually have a straight draw, so it's not just the 7, but the 10. It goes check, check. And if William's not betting here, I expect to go a check, check again, but it looks like after easy with aces, checked it back. William looking for some value on the river. I'm not sure he will get any. He should be happy he got a little value on the flop. He might, thanks to checking the turn, though. If he bet the turn, I don't think he would be getting any value on the turn, but maybe he can get some river value.
We don't have the phone.
Easy with aces, sniffing through that.
Okay, ciao. That's me. I'm out.
Well, thank you very much, Venice. That was Party Poker host Venice joining us. We will see her later in the week. And thank you very much. And coming into the stream, probably with sweaty headset, is the amazing B-Win streamer, Alex. So welcome, Alex. How have you been this week?
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Sad to see Denise gone, but yeah, happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
No worries. We just met like hours ago, but we hit it off right away. You told me a little bit about your history. We're even giving some tips over to Venice about streaming. I think she would make a lovely streamer listening to her commentate today. But maybe you could share you're more than free to share where you stream on Twitch to those that are interested in watching you, and what language you stream in, which I assume is Bulgarian.
Yeah, I stream in Bulgarian since I'm from Bulgaria, and basically I don't think most of the people would understand that language, so yeah.
But what if we raid you one day? What if I get like 50 of my friends, let's raid Alex's channel. Where can we find you? And then you'll be forced to speak in English because we're going to raid you with 50 people.
Well, you can find me at /Wishiper96. You can see some emotes in chat as well from some of my viewers.
So Alex, if you could pull the microphone a little bit closer because and speak maybe a little bit louder. We have Skian saying they can't hear you very well. B-Kill is asking who you are, so if you're asking who I am, I'll be with you all week long. You maybe recognize my voice. This is Jason Glatzer, live reporter, commentator, poker player, podcaster, editor, occasional host. Like Venice, I'm very multi-talented, do many different things, but likely if you met me in person, it's been when I've been doing reporting or playing. And I'm here with Alex from Bulgaria, who has a Twitch stream. We met for the first time today. He is with B-Win for his stream, primarily streams there. B-Win is part of the Party Poker family. Both have the same parent company, Entain. In fact, Party Poker used to be known as B-Win Party Poker for many years. But we missed a hand here. The pot is not so big, but I want to pick it up on the river only because Tarka paired up here on the river, but it is with second pair, but it looks like it was flat before that, but we have easy with aces here, and it's not the easy with aces. The chat has been making fun of this all day long, that you think of an imposter betting 55. Tarka making the call, so nothing really fancy here. But Tarka has been doing quite well. He doubled up the first hand, basically after calling Tone's bluff, and then from there just has won some big pots, small pots. It seems like most pots he plays, he's winning. And you can see the 22-year-old is smiling quite nicely.
Yeah, I've been actually watching for the past hour, and there is even one Bulgarian on the table. So,
So Victor from Bulgaria here.
The guy that just
There
That-
was a Bulgarian on
Yeah.
the TV table, past tense.
Which was really surprised, man. And someone tapped me and was like, "Oh, Easy with Aces is here, you know?" And I'm like, "Oh, nice. I might even take a photo with him." But then again, it's not the one.
But we have Adam opening up with ace-5 suited from early position, and Yi, who 3-bets with queen-jack suited, occasionally with 7-5 offsuit, this time with a hand 3-betting with his ladies.
That's a big one. Let's see if we're gonna have a call. Nope. Adam folds.
I wouldn't have been surprised to even see a 4-bet by Adam based on, especially if he, because we're on a 20-minute delay, I haven't seen Adam step away from the table. You know, if he got a little bit of information about some of the cards that Yi has been playing, a 4-bet would have been okay with ace-5 suited based on Yi's range. At least some of the solvers like it. Personally, I always get myself in trouble when I'm 4-betting with ace-5 suited, but I still do it just to balance my 4-bet range.
Of course, you block an ace, but you never know what's behind.
So it looks like you brought a whole new group of people into the chat. So shout out here to Todor, to Levski. Thank you, Mike Slayer, for keeping with us. Party greater than B-Win, he says. How do you feel about that? Is Party Poker better than B-Win? I'm putting you on the spot and may get you in trouble with whatever your answer. There is no wrong answer here, though, because it's the same family.
Well, it's pretty much the same thing, so I think B-Win is just part of Party Poker. So I cannot say one is better than the other. Let's see this hand.
I played at B-Win for quite some time, but it was before it was on the Party Poker Network.
Yeah,
And then I was forced to close my account, I think, when they came to Party. Also because I live in Lithuania, so there's always random rule changes. And then a couple years ago, Party Poker left Lithuania. Party Poker does its best to be compliant wherever they may be, so that's a major shout out. I don't know any other actual major site that does the level of compliance that Party Poker does, and as an industry insider, I can say that with confidence, that they are, I'm not going to out the others, but in terms of if you look at the industry leaders in the list, it's Party Poker and maybe some of like the regional sites that got rather big in France and Italy. They're the only compliant ones in all the countries that they're in. But now Party Poker is back. I can play at Party Poker through the OptiBet client, which is also part of the Entain family. So when I have some time, when I get back home, I'll be back on Party Poker again.
Same thing for me, but in B-Win. So I've been streaming for about half a year, and it's been a journey. Very happy to be commentating here. So we have a nice hand here, Ace King with easy with aces.
And Ciprian would flop the top pair only to get counterfeited there on the turn. He's only drawing to a jack now, but it'll be easy maybe for him to get away.
Yeah.
And he does. It shouldn't be that easy actually to get away. We missed the pre-flop action. Whenever we have a new guest, that may happen because I want to introduce, I want you guys to get to know the guest as well as I get to know the guest. Most of the guests that we have I do know quite well, like George Sanford tomorrow. When we have Fintan Gavin, he's been an old friend of mine for so many years. And Matt Staples, though, is not somebody I met in person, but he won't be here, but we will do it together as well at some point. And then there'll be some portions where I'll step out of the booth and you know, let two other people have a little bit of fun for some time too. For those of you that watched me over the years, though, at streams, you know that I can talk nonstop. It doesn't matter how many hours, whether it's a 4-hour stream or a 16-hour stream, I can keep going. And I'm sure, Alex, as a Twitch streamer, you're used to just talking.
You gotta keep going. So
even when I'm alone, I can just keep talking, especially when we have an active Twitch chat. But even when we don't, then I usually have some stories I can tell when there's boring hands. But we haven't had too many boring hands today. We had Victor 3-betting to 85 from the button. Piotr here calling with the suited connectors. Victor flopping that top pair. now we can learn a little bit about Victor's playing style. We did see him actually as one of the tighter players at this particular table.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he's necessarily a tight player. It's just that the table has had some loose tendencies at times. It seems like people know how to balance their looseness and tightness and are varying it quite well. But Victor bets it out, gets a fold. No reason, just with that backdoor flush draw for Piotr to continue to any bet, unless it's like a min bet.
Of course, you have to adjust to the table every time. Even myself, I played some cash today, so I got some of the action.
So you have had some experience now at the Bratislava Poker Festival Party Poker Grand Prix. How did it go, and what did you play?
I played a small cash game for about an hour between the tournaments. Before that, I played a satellite to the main event, and yeah, it went pretty good. I must say the organization of the event is very on point. So shout out to all the other organizers.
This casino has a lot going for it, and then when you combine that with Finton's group at the Irish Poker Tour, who also have the Bratislava Poker Festival brand under that, along with Party Poker with their years of history and knowledge and experience, I'm not surprised by that comment, but it's great to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I have some experience, but this is just, for me at least, it's on another level. Everything is very well organized and things just happen smoothly.
And we could see some of the background. Those tables that we had before was where the mystery bounty was running. So either that's completed for day 1B, which I don't think is the case, or they're on a break. We do see one cash game behind that, so they are on a break. There are a lot of cash game tables running. I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head, but it's probably even on their website that we can check out. But
yeah, there's like
at least 10.
5.
At least 5?
At least 5, which I can see. But there's probably more in the background. So Piotr has king queen.
And we're going to see, I think, 4 to a flop. And no, but Tony 4 betting here, wants to 3 betting, I'm sorry, to 150. That should get some of the players out. Ciprian really has no business in continuing with these 4s at this point because of the sizing of that 3 bet and the stack size that Tony has, along with the other players potentially 4 betting over that.
That's a good call from Piotr. He's leading now.
And in position as well.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe we'd see him call just because we've seen him call with hands like 7-5, and he was in the big blind completing the action, but not in the big blind, in the small blind completing the action, but opts to fold there, and
it's a flush draw for Tony.
Yeah, the 3 bet timing. He's had some bad timing in with a mistimed bluff on the very first hand, but perhaps this 3 bet was very good timing by him.
He's definitely gonna continue here. He bets 1, 2, 5.
And that should get actually Piotr out of the way.
Yeah, no backdoor draw.
At check raise, I would have maybe liked being a lot of players are now checking flops as well, but this is fine because he did 3 bet. He's more than happy, I think, to take it on the pot now.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip situation, but very interesting. Piotr making the call here. Maybe. No, raising it. Wow.
That's interesting.
Maybe sensing some weakness here. 2 overcards and the flush draw, but does just call. And be careful about predicting. Anytime I predicted, I've been only right half the time, and usually I'm pretty good when you see the whole cards. I'm predicting what players would likely be doing. But this table certainly knows how to switch it up. Can I paste Alex's switch now? Todor, feel free, I think. Why not? Donna, if it's possible to let Todor post Alex's stream channel, that would be great. It's really only for the Bulgarians in the chat, and it is for the Party Poker family. It is for the BWin, so I don't see any issues with that. And I think an admin would have to go ahead and do that link.
That's an interesting river.
The 10 of clubs, so Tony ahead.
But there is an ace. He might think that Piotr has an ace.
But does bet it. he didn't jam. It's just a small bet for 150. Now Piotr does the same thing he did on the flop and raise it up. It may work this time, but there's not that much left in Tony's stack, and there's a lot in the pot, so I think it can't work just because of that 10 on the river.
It's a pretty good block bet.
But it's almost like you almost want to check there so that your opponent, you're sort of committed already at that point. And your opponent isn't betting all his aces on the river, so it's
How many
like...
aces are raising you on the flop, though? Not many. That's why I think he
yeah,
bets
that's
a bit.
true. It's over pairs typically doing that or sets.
Poprosím hráčov o krátku pozornosť na
When he
So
did
Supernova is asking for a whisper, so Todor, please go ahead to do that. Thanks, Todor. I assume that's a friend of yours.
Yeah, that's actually my moderator.
Ah, cool.
So that's one of the few moderators of my stream.
So I'll be careful what I say to Todor because he may be able to hack moderation on the Party Poker channel and then ban the Wacky Jackson
Yeah, yeah.
moniker
He
from
has
ever
been.
being able to speak on the Party Poker TV Twitch channel ever again. And I do enjoy watching the Party Poker streams even when I'm not commentating. A lot of times I'm watching them while I'm working to grab some hands on a final table.
You know, I've actually watched you, not once. I didn't realize that it was you at the time, but now.
Now you recognize the voice a
now
little
that I
bit.
hear you, yeah.
Sometimes my voice can be a little bit different in real life than it is like when you're listening through a microphone.
Yeah.
The microphone distorts it a little bit. And I get very excited at times, you know, like if I see something, even when I'm playing though, I can get excited, you know, it's, I keep my emotions in check until like all the action is complete, and then, you know, I let them fly out if they need to. I'm not the one to ever like celebrate around the room when I win a hand, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. You know, most of the nights I would go to sleep with watching a stream.
So I'm able to put you to sleep. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's a compliment or not, but people say that I have like a dulcet tone.
No, it's basically what I do in my free time. I just like to watch streams instead of, you know, movies. Oh, that's a...
Tarka 3-betting the
Okay.
ace-queen. It'll get everybody else to fold. Tarka still over 4,000 right now. Easily the biggest winner at the table, even though we haven't seen profit stats. We do not need them to know at least that he's the biggest winner at the table.
It's good that he's folding this king-queen because you're likely dominated a lot.
So earlier you were playing Hold'em Cash, or was it Omaha?
Yeah, Hold'em Cash.
And do you, when you're playing Cash, you play mostly Hold'em, or do you
Yeah.
play mixed games as well?
I mostly play cash game, Hold'em, but online when I play, I do play mixed games as well.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So ask me all of the poker types. I know them.
I'm kind of strange where I grew up before the poker boom. So I grew up in New Jersey. I have lived in Lithuania the last 14, 15 years, but grew up in New Jersey before the poker boom. So like to me, anytime there's a dealer's choice cash game, it just reminds me of the penny nickel games we were running back in northern New Jersey with my friends. It was basically my dad was in a weekly poker game, like it turned into like a bi-weekly game. And I got to know, some of the kids went to my school, others didn't, but we all got to kind of know each other, and we were all allowed to watch as long as we were like a fly, like on the wall, like in the corner somewhere, like at the first hour before going to bed. And so at like 8, 9, 10 years old, I was playing in the 1980s for tiny stakes. So even now, whenever I see a mixed cash game going, I'm the first on the list. Assuming I'm not working, then I think about it, is this going to impact my work before joining in?
It's always fun to play. So we got Cyprian raising here, pre-flop. He defended with 10-8.
It wasn't a defend, it was a call from middle position actually with 10-8, and he's
Oh,
done this before with 7-5. He's even
that.
3-bet with 7-5. He does like these gappers.
Yeah, so he's he's got a good shot to the ace, also 10 and 8. Nothing for him.
He
on
who
the
bets
river,
it
though.
gets it. I mean, maybe Cyprian can find a crying call if he bets.
Седмичка бетuje 10. Широка за razvoj.
And I'm not sure if that was a bet and a call. It was a bet. And Cyprian wasting no time to call. Perhaps seeing some of the hands that he was playing before, like those 7-5s that he played twice. The 4-bet earlier with Queen Jack suited and got away with it.
Also, this line didn't make much sense.
No, but to me, like, it would be much tougher for me to play against a player like you who I can't put on any ranges than the rest of the table who you can range at least a little bit.
That's really hard. Today I had such kind of player on my table. I could never, no, I could never. He ended up stacking.
I thought it went well in the cash game.
Well, it did at first few, I don't know.
So you didn't give up. We think we just saw a player fold with ace-jack. Now here we go. Easy with ace is not going to fold an ace. Otherwise, we will go downstairs and force him to change his screen name.
There's a
And
pair.
Flops the top pair.
Easy with aces indeed.
Easy game with ace in her hand.
Tony's gonna be representing that.
Tony c-bet ratio is rather high, actually. But he was the aggressor, and I do like the c-bet here because he's typically, he doesn't have a hand made, and even if he had an ace, he should be betting. But opponents don't have too many aces, but easy with aces basically wants to know where he stands now, I think. I don't think he's doing it to just take down the pot now with the top pair, but potentially wants to see if he gets any resistance. And if his ace-jack was indeed good, we knew it was good. Now he knows it was good as well.
The thing with this bet is that you often fold all the non-aces hands, which you would likely get value from.
Yeah.
You won't fold the better aces here. You just get more.
No, ace-queen should still be calling their ace-king, but maybe ace-10 calls, but it's, I don't know. It also depends on the dynamic, you know, whether he's doing a check raise as a bluff, because there should be some bluffs with your check raises as well,
But, hey,
but not necessarily on an ace-high flop.
At the end of the day, you take down the pot.
You take down the pot. So let's see if we have anybody new in the chat. Raul Porras, hello. Giselle Bra, welcome back. I think you've been here the whole time. Learning new, thank you very much for joining us as well. Supernove, doing a great job moderating. I don't know if Donna is still here with you helping out, but thank you everybody for tuning in. Once again, this is Jason Glatzer here with you all week long. Currently, I'm here with BWin streamer from Bulgaria, Alex. And meanwhile, we had like a little bit of a hand there, but it was taken down with a 3-bet with the ace-king by your friend Victor. Is he your friend or just from the same country?
We're not actually friends, but I do know him from the tables. We've played some cash.
Maybe if you say something nice about him, he'll be your friend. At least for this week, and then you can go back to being like quasi-friends the rest of the time.
I'll definitely get to know him better here. We're here 5 days.
He seems to be quite a strong player.
Yeah, what I've seen from him, he's very solid.
9s and 10s. So Tony, he has had such a bad run today at this TV table, and it's about to get worse. Of course, the board can change all that, but his 9s are dominated by 10s. Adam priced in with the 6s from the big blind. Easy to get away from if he needs to.
Oh, no.
Oh my!
Oh, no.
Not so easy anymore.
That is the worst.
Wow. I mean, but Tony in a way deserves this. He has lost so many hands. I mean, one, he bluffed his stack away, but otherwise it's been a few coolers. And Adam has to think his bottom set is good. I mean, obviously, the players can, and we do have a better set. The 7-10, 7-5s, well, he's on the hand, so the 7-5 should be discounted, being that Adam is the player in the blinds, and I don't think Victor is going to be calling a raise with a 7-5.
I think he's going to be able to get away from this. There's also a flush draw, so
There is, but if the action goes in on the flop, it's going to be very hard. And it is a raise by Tony. And Tony would be sometimes doing this with just blanks. I mean, he could be doing it with a Jack-10, especially if it's Jack-10 of diamonds. He should be doing it with a Jack-10 of diamonds because that has more equity than the current set does. Victor with the overpair. This may actually save Victor. I mean, if it was just a call here, Victor would maybe be the one raising with the overpair. And great fold there by Victor. Great fold, reading the situation absolutely correctly. Very difficult to do for many players, but he gets it done.
Also with a gut shot.
Also with the gut shot, as you mentioned, yes. But Adam just calling, perhaps saving himself a little bit, but I think we're going to have to see this pot get bigger on the turn. There's now 2 flush draws. That straight draw, multiple straight draws exist.
If the river is a blank or pairs the board, we're gonna see some all-in sets.
Especially if it's a deuce. If a deuce pairs the board, forget about it.
This pot is about to get big.
So Tony betting and an all-in by Adam, and Tony has to snap this off with the top pair with a big smile on his face as well. Just does not want to see a flush draw or a straight draw the way he's been running, and he's going to be thrilled to see his opponent has a lower set. Adam being asked if he wants to run it twice for his 1-outer.
This is just...
I mean, it is a massive pot. And the way Tony's running, we might see that 1-outer come.
If I was Adam, I would be devastated. Flopping set and just losing to an overset.
It's a massive cooler for the Italian here.
Yeah, good all-in though.
Can never get away. And do not blame his jam at all for the reasons I exactly gave.
Oh. That's just one of the hands that you cannot get away from.
No, it's just, it's a pure setup.
Yeah.
The only way you can get away from it is if it was a 3-bet pot free. You know, if it was an open with the 10s by Victor, then a 3-bet with the 9s by Tony. No, a call with the 9s by Tony, where, no, he 3-bet, didn't he? No, it was a call. It was a call, and then a call with the 6s from the big blind is standard. But if it was a 3-bet with the 9s, and Tony is 3-bet with less, that changes the entire hand. The 6s are never there.
I'm surprised that Victor didn't put some more chips into the bottom of these 10s. Good he didn't.
And it was good it wasn't a 3-bet pot, because then things could have gotten much trickier than they did.
So we saw that the river was a diamond, wasn't it?
Yes.
So maybe if he just called on the turn 300, and maybe he could find some magic fold on the river, I don't know.
But it went all in on the turn.
Yeah, of course. And, well,
and that's not going to change when it's 3-handed. It's just going to make it more likely that it's going all in on the turn.
That's one guy that's not going too happy to his hotel room.
He did leave the table too. Maybe we'll see Adam come back. Tony stuck it out. He reloaded twice already, so he's still, despite having 3K in front of him, he's not ahead at the moment.
Really?
And we should, maybe we could see some official stats at some point. I'm not sure if we're set up for that today, but hopefully we will be tomorrow on that one. But it's safe to say Tarka is the one that's wide ahead. Tarka is the one who basically stacked Tony early on the very first hand of the stream, and then continued to pile up chips from there.
Tens with 4 easy with aces. He has 1K, but I don't see anyone behind with any good hands to call.
So easy with 10s now.
Yeah.
3 betting to 80. I mean, he does like some weird hands, but this isn't going to be one of them in a 3-bet pot, I don't believe, from the big blind, unless he wants to show off at the TV table. Tarka should be getting away at this point too, playing a hand out of position with King 8 suited. And then it can go either way with Vidian. So Tarka, not making me look like I don't know what I'm talking about, does fold. And
Oh,
William
there's a call from the deuces.
will be mining his deuces.
Imagine.
And look at this flop, but unfortunately for easy with 10s here, his pocket 10s are not going to get any action. It does go check, check, so if a turn 2 comes on the turn, it would change everything in terms of the action. But now, easy with aces or easy with 10s, whatever we want to call them, this hand should bet this. There are 2 hearts on the board. There's more draws on the board. Does bet 55. Enough to get the job done.
Very easy fold for the deuces. Imagine that 3 was a deuce. That would be another huge cooler.
Yeah, then we'd see like another massive pot. But it looks like Victor left the table as well. No, he's coming back. It's hard to see his chip stack at times, depending on how easy he's sitting.
You know, if I knew how my tournaments would go this weekend, I might have actually even played on this table.
I did tell you when there was a seat open, you may want to hop in, and I said we can figure out a way to, let's say, offset some of the variance. It's more than acceptable even for cash game players, especially on a televised table where things are tracked to sell some action. I've had to do that where I've been told, Jason, you should really play this TV table, and I really want to, but then the stakes are a little bit higher than I'm used to playing these days. Then I'll sell a little bit to a friend just to offset it.
These are definitely not my stakes as well. I mean, I will play in my Bulgarian currency, which is like 50% of that.
So you'll play like 5-5, 2-5 games in Bulgaria?
Yeah, I've played some, but this is a bit higher. Also, the level of the players is much higher here than what I'm used to.
Well, certainly on this TV table it is, but
Yeah.
perhaps on like a 2-2 random hold'em table, I don't think it would be.
Yeah, I was talking about this TV table.
Yeah, it's perhaps good you set this one out.
I certainly
So
would.
Jack 7 keeps ahead from flop, turn, and river, but the pot likely not to get any bigger than where it is.
Good, it wasn't the heart on the river.
You wanted to see the 7 of hearts in the river. You
Yeah.
just seem to love mayhem, Alex. I love you for that.
I actually do. I'm like very excited every time there is a big hand.
So no more action going on. Tane picking up a small pot, has a little momentum going after that very rough start.
After the hand set over set, I'm like, give me more of that.
Yeah, the first half was bad. The first half of the stream is bad, but now that the second half has started, maybe everything has changed. Maybe karma, the poker gods, if you believe in superstition, whatever you might believe in, the luck of the cards maybe will go his way. Because as skilled as you might be when you're faced with the set over set, I mean, I have seen players fold the set in those spots before, but they've had to have some kind of really incredible read.
It's very hard, especially when the draws miss.
Yes.
Especially when the draws miss, it's very hard.
Yeah, well, in this case, it was just a draw-heavy board in the turn, and really, then it's hard, you know, because he could be easily have done that with Jack 10 of hearts or Jack 10 of diamonds with the open-ender straight draw along with the flush draw, or anything that was even less than that he could have been doing it with. So we have a raise by Easy with Queen Jack, and Victor with the Cowboys 3-betting at this time. Did Yi call? Okay, Yi decide to call with the 10-6. This is not a gapper. This is something else. It's just 2 suited random cards. I mean, they have a little bit of connectivity if a 7, 8, 9 comes.
It's 13% for Yi, and we're going to the flop.
Keep in mind that the percentages take into account dead cards, but in this case, it's actually spot on. Or pretty close to spot on, anyway.
That's gonna be easy for
Happy,
you.
happy, joy, joy for Victor. He
Get
just
away
didn't
with
want to
it.
see an ace or something like a 7, 8, 9 kind of flop. Well, you know, like a 5-6-7.
Yeah.
I was using
it's,
7-8-9 without remembering Yi had the 10-6, but Yi likes to play these number cards.
Since he probably doesn't have any queens in his range, like pocket queens.
So Yi, I think, wants to see if he can bluff this, but now he has the double belly buster.
The double gutter. That could be getting interesting.
We see that the equity now is it's around Victor's still a 4-1 favorite. Technically a little bit more because we see two of the jacks are dead, you know, so like the stream takes that into account, but Yi really has 8 outs in his head.
It's check and check.
Oh no!
Here we go.
Oh, save king for your fellow Bulgarian here, Victor. Maybe could be a little bit worried about a jack 10, but shouldn't be too worried. I mean, with Yi, Yi can really have any 2 though. I mean, if he's calling with any 2 on a flop, most players would be folding a jack 10 facing a flop bet, but not Yi.
I don't think he would have checked jack 10 on the turn though. So I think Victor pretty much puts that out of his range.
He should.
He thinks he has the best hand, and he does.
I mean, there's only one hand that beats him, so I mean, you really have to bet that. And then if you're raised big, you just think about it, and you kind of have to, you pretty much have to call against most players there. And just hope they have a 2-pair lesser set.
Shout out to all my guys in the chat. Thank you all for joining.
Is Donald one of your guys too? Donald John Doe?
Yeah.
So shout out to him as well.
I don't have the chat in front
Much
of me.
love to the Bulgarian poker community. It's been a while since I visited Bulgaria to play poker or to work poker. I've been to Sunny Beach. It reminds me of some beaches in New Jersey, not all of them, just like 1 or 2 of them. But I get some nostalgia, some good feelings in Sunny Beach.
That's a popular destination in Bulgaria.
I avoid like the super busy areas, but I like Platinum Casino quite a lot there. I don't mean to be giving publicity to another casino, but we have you in the chat. It's a very small room in comparison to this room, but as far as like just being like, you know, people coming in from the beach, it's just nice. It's a nice small stakes room. You won't go there to play high stakes.
Well, 3-away to the flop after a 3-bet from Tony. And we have easy with aces paired up to 10. Also, Tony paired up to 10 with the better kicker.
If it was a 10 high flop, it could get dangerous, but easy with that flush draw there as well. On top of that middle pair.
He's not going anywhere.
He likely will be raising here, I think.
There's
Easy with the flush draw.
Keep in mind he has like 1K behind him, so I'd imagine. Wow.
Did he fold?
No way.
I'm looking at this. There's 2 clubs in the flop. He had 2 clubs and middle pair there.
No way.
He must have misread his hand.
Maybe.
Unless I'm missing something, or I need to go back and learn a little bit about no limit hold'em. But
maybe he didn't even see that there were clubs.
Maybe.
Oh, that's a big mistake from him. I would say that's a mistake.
Let's just say I wouldn't be playing it like that, but then
let's just say he didn't see
I think we both would be playing it different, where you'd be calling and I'd be raising,
I'd
and
be
then
raising as
oh, you'd be raising. Okay.
I'm pretty aggressive as well. We have a pair, so that's
Middle
more
pair and a
outs.
flush draw.
Adds
You
10
hope,
around.
and you don't mind if your opponent has top pair at that point.
Yeah.
You mind more that he actually has the middle pair blocking you, that your king is only live and not another 10. So Yi calling with a respectable 4s here. Despite Yi playing a lot of crazy hands, he has won a few pots earlier too. Well, not the worst flop for Tony. So as we said, everything going wrong for Tony the first half, everything going right the second half.
Do you see how often
Yi
he
calling again.
continues with basically nothing? He's pretty much testing his opponents. So
It's like a 10% fold to c-bet.
I
A little bit
haven't seen
more.
him since I joined this room. I haven't seen him fold the c-bet. Yeah, the c-bet wasn't big, but still, you're pretty much drawing to a 4 or you're gonna set up a bluff.
But he did fold facing a big bet after Tony improved to the full house in that 9 of diamonds turn. Tony would have liked to get extra value, but when he looks back in the stream, he should be happy that he got some value on the flop.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
Victor is
not
down.
saying that Yi plays incorrectly per se. I'm just saying that I don't play those kind of hands. But when you're playing against, let's say, a table you think you can exploit, sometimes you can play hands, especially in position, and outplay your opponents to some degree. GTO would not agree with that statement, but cash games vary already so much from GTO offering other exploitable opportunities.
So we have the chip count here, and Tark is leading with 4K. Tony is up behind.
But it's hard to really use this as an indicator per se because Tony reloaded twice.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all Tark's be able to do all day is pile chips and chips and chips. He's definitely easily the biggest winner. It's not close like it shows on the stack sizes. Of course, that could all change very fast. Tarka and Tona have locked up in 2 big pots. If they lock up now, we could be seeing a massive AK pot, especially if it's a cooler like we saw just earlier with the set over set. But we have a coin flip situation turning into easy with aces ahead, but those 3 cards on the board and now 4 are all higher than 5s.
With this check from Victor, I'd see easy with aces making even some small bets here.
I'd like to see a bet from him.
Yeah, and we see exactly this. Takes up the pot. This is pretty much a board that hits
So
his range.
who do you think is better, easy with aces here or the easy with aces everybody in the Twitch channel said, well, that's not easy with aces.
Yeah, even I got, confused because someone told me he's here, but
He's rickrolling everybody. So I see some mentions here by Nightbot about Grand Prix Malta. So not only is there a Grand Prix there, but there's also the Party Poker Millions there as well with the 3K buy-in. That will be fantastic. But this Grand Prix is something special because it's something just about anyone can play. And I'm not saying anyone can just pile in a 550 buy-in. Most professional poker players obviously can. Recreational players, a lot of them can too. But there are tons of qualifiers over at Party Poker.
Exactly.
Portomasso Casino is also hosting and will be more frequently as it gets closer and closer live in Malta. So you'll see a lot of locals joining in. Plus, I have special news for you, especially for those of you just tuning in. You will have an opportunity as well, absolutely for free, to play in the Grand Prix Malta. You will have to make a day 2. But you'll have an opportunity to play an online day 1 valued at €550 with tickets being handed out. There'll be 2 tickets handed out in free rolls taking place over the course of the next 4 days at 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. local time. The password I'm not releasing now, not even to you, Alex. You can't hop in right now either. But I will be sharing tomorrow's password on the stream. You'll have plenty of time to get into the action. I will ask you guys not to share it with people not tuned into the stream. It'll give you guys more value as well if you don't do that. But there's 120 prizes awarded in each free roll, some feeder tickets, and as I mentioned, the top 2 places in this free roll, they will get a ticket valued at €550 to an online day 1. There's 3 of them in the Party Poker client to the Grand Prix Malta. Whatever they bag up during the online day 1 carries over to the live day 2 over in Malta. So quite an opportunity, absolutely for free, and hope to see some of you in the chat win the package. And I'll ask for some updates too. I want to see how all you're doing. I won't be able to play because I can't do that, and commentate at the same time like some commentators can do. I have a hard enough having 3 different conversations with the chat, with the guest, and watching the stream, let alone playing a free roll, but I'll be rooting all of you on. So best of luck starting tomorrow.
Oh.
And then I'll get to meet you if you get to come to Malta.
It's definitely a great tournament to look forward to. And as we've seen here, there's people that qualified with literally $1. Can you imagine that? To the main event. Me, myself, I was even close to doing that. So I'm also playing the online qualifiers for Malta, which start from very low buy-ins. So as you said, pretty much anyone can play with, there's even 3-year-olds.
They also have some scent rolls as well. So I remember last year, because I reported all their events. I wasn't commentating their events last year. And I remember following several players around. I love these like Cinderella stories. Just like I'll follow somebody around that's down to one big blind, and I come back and they have like 10 in front of them. Then I keep a closer eye on them, just because I love these kind of comeback stories, and I love these Cinderella stories. A player qualifying in for just 1 penny.
Yeah, one of the biggest tournaments I've ever won. I actually became second, but it was down from like 1.5 big blind, and I was short through the whole tournament. And right up to the final table, I was always short, and somehow made second for like $14,000.
Was that live or online?
It was online, but it was like my first big win, you know.
It's always nice to get that first 5-digit win.
Yeah.
I haven't had a 5-figure win this year. I've had several close ones to that over the last couple years, but I've had a bunch of 5-figure wins over the years, and even now, if I get one, it feels very good. Plus, I could use the money. To be fair, it's I'm not super wealthy. I have a bankroll, and let's just say that 10K would not be going directly into the bankroll. Maybe a couple grand of it would go to buy something for the family, and I love to treat the family whenever I win more than I need to add to my bankroll.
I'm pretty sure we can all relate to you.
Yeah. It's just that I'm rolled to play the games I can beat, right? So I can beat like up to like 55 during the week, and then I'll play a little bit higher on the weekends but like a 100 buy-in tournament now, unless it's on a Sunday where the field is massive, it's just I'm behind the curve against these players, and I recognize that. So why would I play that, which is an extension of my current bankroll, when I can play games that I can beat? Once in a while I will hop in during the week, just, you know, but it's the exception, not the norm for me to be playing a 100 or higher buy-in online.
Basically playing the same games which you're playing, so on the weekends I will go to up to 109 or something like this, the Sunday party, you know.
I look forward to playing the Sunday party again. I'm very excited. OptiBet back in, I believe it was May, it could have been end of April, opened up in Lithuania, but then I traveled quite a lot for work-related purposes, commentating and reporting a few events. And then I got home for about a month and haven't gotten around to signing up yet. But interesting pot here, especially when Tony's involved. We have Cyprian with top pair with the Queen of Diamonds for that better flush draw than Tony. Tony called the 30-euro bet, but now I think it got a little bit more scary with that ace.
Cyprian also has a pair to back it up, so...
Yeah, Cyprian was miles ahead.
I'd imagine him continuing here. Yep, that's it, and Tony should be folding. There's some chat on the table. He's like probably asking, do you have...
Yeah, because I think these two have a little bit of table dynamic.
Yeah.
And Cyprian getting some more chips. I promised I would get to say that again. He said we can call him, so you can continue calling him Cyprian. That's, he says it when he introduces himself to most people that speak in English. He calls himself Cyprian, but his given name is actually Cyprian, which to me is much nicer because of the amount of chips he can accumulate.
Yeah.
Just like with the easy width, we can mix that up a bit.
That was a friendly show of cards at the end of the hand as well.
We're playing shorthanded, at least for a little while.
Yeah.
So this can actually get exciting. Players should open their ranges a little bit when it's 6-handed versus 9-handed.
Oh, there's one coming back. Force 4E. And oh, there's a suited ace. Oh, that's a 3-bet from the force, actually. He getting spicy again.
Spicy, spicy. But at least this is a
I
pocket
love
pair.
these kind of plays, actually. You know, you wouldn't see people that are not comfortable in doing that doing it, you know?
I would really love to one day interview Yi. I may actually see if I can find him tomorrow when I have some spare time before the stream starts, and maybe we can get a nice interview of one or two of these players up on in one consolidated article on the Party Poker blog.
He might be getting like
I would like also
Loose
Tarka because he has a nice story as a young 22-year-old poker player that's already beating 510 as we see.
but I can only give credit to the plays that he's making. I would be very uncomfortable doing this. He's pretty much testing the waters, and
You mean Yi, not
yeah,
Tarka.
Yeah, I said he. He's testing the waters and setting up bluffs potentially.
I'm just more curious about his like history in poker. If he's here like a recreational player just having a good time on the stream, or whether he has like a plan in mind. Because even like in like a large like 5100 cash game, I've seen players do moves that I don't understand, but just because I don't understand them doesn't mean that there isn't some logic to them. Even if the logic isn't right, the logic might be right. Of course, I don't think calling a 3-bet with a hand like 7-5 offsuit, a cold 3-bet nonetheless, is a smart move. But you know, other things is up for debate at least.
Well,
Even if the solvers say differently, maybe he thought he could exploit players at the table.
at the end of the day, it's all about exploiting your opponents, and maybe in some other cases when they actually don't have it, he would maybe even win these spots. But every time they had it when he did these calls so far.
But he's managed to win a few pots here and there too, so
Yeah.
I don't think he's down that much. At least I haven't seen him reload. And yet we have your buddy here, Donald John Doe, saying the adrenaline is on max when you take a 5-figure win. Can't agree more. I can only guess what is the feeling of a 6-figure win.
Oh,
Well, my biggest win, I think, is 50K, so I can't really speak of what it would be like for a 6-figure win, but I can tell you that when I won that 50K, I was, it was actually, I was in the industry, but I wasn't doing live reporting yet, and I was at an event in Scotland, and I was on my friend's sofa grinding like some hyper turbo. Not really grind, but I was already wasted before starting playing. So you can imagine the party after winning that 50K. But it was like, my biggest win came in a tournament that lasted under 4 hours. That's the sad thing.
it's pretty much my story. Mine was a turbo as well, so it pretty much lasted for 5 hours.
But all my other 5-figure wins were in like bigger marathonish kind of events, so.
Where you get to use your skills.
But we'll be able to ask a few players about that over the course of the week, because we have Matt Staples, who I'm pretty sure has several 6-figure wins under his belt.
Yeah.
We have Lucky Mo, who I know is no stranger to big wins. And I'm not sure if Finton has a 6-figure win, but I know Finton has some big wins over the years. He should have a 6-figure win. I know Finton is happy anytime he wins a trophy. I don't think it was the last time I saw him, but earlier in this year, he won a trophy in a mystery bounty event at a tournament I was covering, an event I was covering. I wasn't covering that event, and all his friends were calling him a luck box, but Finton knows how to play.
Well, I've watched enough of Finton to know, and you know, when I was a fresh poker player, I pretty much learned a lot from these guys that are streaming. So I've been watching Matt, Jamie, I've been watching Finton, and all of these people that are known in the Twitch.
Those two guys are absolutely amazing, and same with Matt, because you see their learning progression, first of all, but the way they break down things so that not only can somebody that's like medium advanced, like a super advanced player is going to know pretty much everything that they already said. It's already knowledge to them. But I'm talking about the growing poker player, and even people like us that have been playing for many years. There's so much that we can learn just by getting into the minds, and they break it down in a way that the guy that's just learning to play, that's maybe played for less than a year, can understand, but so can the person that's been playing for a couple decades but isn't like a GTO wizard, can also relate to and maybe say, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. So it is quite a nice comment, and Party Poker does have quite a nice group of entertaining streamers, I would say.
Well, I've been following them for years now, and I've seen like Matt go from $5 to playing 1Ks, 5Ks, just on a daily basis. So I've seen them.
And he's a winner in those games
Yeah.
now too, which
I've
is the
seen
good
them
part.
grow so much in these 5-6 years that I've been watching them.
But those three guys that we mentioned, I don't know how many people work harder in general, both at their game and also on their streaming. You know, like when they're not streaming, they're also still working on their stream actually, and they're playing full time and they're studying. So it's I don't know when those guys sleep.
It's very hard. It's very hard. I'm also doing a full-time job, so yeah, I can imagine what it is to those guys. And you know,
And you give up quite a lot of equity streaming, I have to say. Like, first of all, I can't, like, I'm not the guy that plays 15 tables at once, but I do like to play 6 at once. It fills up my monitor quite nicely. But I've done some, like, guest streaming on other people's channels, and then the most I can do is 3 channels and shuffle through, and then I'm making mistakes even.
Yeah.
Mistakes I would never made, and then I feel embarrassed on the stream, actually. And then you're even thinking twice about your bluffs, right? So I'm bluffing so much less when I'm streaming my own content. It's much different than when I'm on a cash game TV table. Then usually what I do is have 1 or 2 drinks before, and then I forget that I'm even on the TV table, you know, and then playing my normal game. But it's, yeah, it's streaming. I have mad respect for those guys. And on top of what I just mentioned, an additional equity give up is everybody knows how you play, right? Especially those guys who have thousands upon thousands of people watching them every stream. But even you're in a closed market in Bulgaria. I know you're playing on the Party Poker Network, but pretty much any Bulgarian that sees you on their table, they'll pull up the stream. They're still getting information, even though you're on a 5-minute delay. They're not getting information on that particular hand, what you're holding, but they see how you're playing. They see how many bluffs you can have, and they take advantage of it. The better ones are.
I have regular home games on BWin, so I've seen multiple times where my own, you know, I wouldn't say the fans, but they're my viewers, and I love them. So they sometimes know when I'm bluffing. So
You certainly have some fans, and some of them are here right now in the chat.
We got Cyprian with the ace-jack now.
Is he going to 3-bet or call? Or is he going to misread his hand and fold? It is a 3-bet. Easy, actually, 3-bet, because it was a button open.
You know, before that, I was just about to talk about how you give up equity while streaming, because ever since I've been streaming, yeah.
But an interesting flop. I mean, it's not like the most interesting in the world, but it's still interesting because we have Cyprian with top pair, and Tony with the gut shot to the wheel and also a backdoor flush draw. And he was the initial aggressor, not the 3-better, but after Cyprian checks, maybe he's putting him on a hand like a high pocket pair, like 10s and higher, and not the ace-jack that he has. Obviously, he has a lot of aces that he's 3-betting with. But once it's checked over, it's kind of trappy, but now Tony, I mean, if he got called on that bet, he should slow down here. I mean, it might actually work having that other heart come, but on the other hand, he should be worried that Cyprian was calling with 2 hearts in his hand as well.
Not the best card.
Although, is he 3-betting with a lot of hearts, considering that ace of heart is there? With a king-queen suited, queen-jack suited, those kind of hands he would be, potentially.
I'd imagine Cyprian is thinking of some flushes now, for sure.
Yeah, Tony's actually putting pressure. So I said Tony should slow down, but I'm rethinking that after I see him bet that actually this is a rather tough spot, especially being out of position. And the position doesn't matter on the turn now per se, but it matters that he could be facing a fairly sizable bet on the river if he calls, which he did. And the 6 of diamonds on the river shouldn't really change much in the line of thinking of either player, but chipper and checking again. I think Tony did give up at this point. If he bet like really big, I think he would have potentially gone a fold. But on the other hand, we saw Tony bet big earlier in the stream, got his hand caught in the cookie jar, got called with the top pair by Tarka. This could have been, he maybe wanted to avoid a similar spot. Also recognizing that he could have been called again.
Potentially dropping these hands could be a knife with two edges. Sometimes you'd be thinking that your opponent is, you know, getting bluffed, but sometimes if it hits, well, you dropped yourself.
Yeah, you can provide also so many leveling wars and no limit hold'em. My favorite leveling game isn't actually no limit hold'em though. It's no limit deuce 7.
Oh,
The ochos and the 9s, but
yeah,
Tarka just calling.
some pocket pair action. And
You wanna
love
see
flop.
you wanna see an 8-8-9 flop, right?
You
Like
know.
quads versus full house.
You know which flop I would love to see here.
You wanna see 2 hearts.
Wow.
Okay, this wasn't the flop you wanted to see, and it's not the flop that any of the players wanted to see either. And Yi, who was the initial aggressor, not continuing and maybe save himself some chips, but Tarka maybe thinking his 9s are good, at least against Yi, and then would see based on what Whittiam would do. Whittiam with the easy fold, and Yi with just one overcard. I can't fault him actually in this spot
He's
for
not
calling,
going anywhere.
because when it goes check-check, Tarka can be betting a lot more than just a jack. In this case, he did with a pocket pair.
Oh,
But Yi checking again,
it's a good card for Yi to get away here because
but it goes check-check, and maybe Yi now will try to take it away, because we've seen now Yi do this before and then bet on the river. But in this case, he actually has some pretty good showdown value, so I don't mind it going check-check. And Tarka probably breathing in a sigh of relief here after getting called on that flop bet, even though Yi basically calls any flop with any 2 that he might be playing with. As we've seen earlier, he should still be happy to take that one down.
this time he had something, and with his showdown equity and the pot not being so big, I don't think he gets much from bluffing there.
We have a new player here in C3. I don't recognize him from the past, either
Yeah.
here or elsewhere.
Do we have a nickname for him?
Let's see.
Maybe I'll set, like, the letters in
I'm
the
hoping
order.
he has a nickname. Maybe he'll be like easy with something else.
No, Victor has King Queen under the gun.
If it was 6-handed, it would be an easy open, but even 8-handed, it should be an open, and it is. And Yi
Love to see this guy play this hand.
Yi just calling with the ace-jack. He 3-bets with other hands, but not with this one. But it wasn't under the gun open, so I like that actually. He didn't 3-bet, but
It's also off-suited, so he probably like to call these one. Or
Tarka with the baby connectors 3-betting here from the cutoff.
I
and
love these plays.
It gets Victor out of the way. It's probably not going to get Yi out of the way because he loves flops, and then he loves calling flops. And in this case, Yi is actually a 2-to-1 favorite.
Oh, you definitely never know what he has.
And we never know what
Oh.
Yi's going to do either.
Yeah. Oh,
And neither player grabbing any piece of this flop. Just a backdoor flush draw and overcard for Yi. Yi's still ahead with the ace-jack,
Yeah.
but he did call a 3-bet by Tarka. So could think he's behind, but
I would love one of these calls now, where he actually is the winning with the winning hand. I hope he does. It's not such a big bet.
but that just smells so much like value.
Yeah.
It's like a tournament sizing C-bet, where then it wouldn't have to be for value.
There it is.
And
Oh,
Yi folds!
fold.
I mean, a fold is what I would probably do in most spots there, but Yi calling flops with no potential outs in some spots, but here with the ace-jack,
I saw him throwing something.
it's
and I was
impossible to
like-
figure out Yi's style here.
I was like, are these chips that he's throwing or his hand? All right.
Absolute legend here, though,
We're
Yi.
seeing the
But
new
this
guy.
time he folded the best hand. Yeah.
New guy under the gun, 6'5".
Oh, good luck pronouncing this.
I would never.
CZLOL.
Slow. I don't know.
I think the LOL is supposed to be LOL, so maybe he's
Yeah.
from Czech Republic and
Yeah.
he likes to laugh out loud.
Czech, LOL. Cyprian.
We'll call him CZ.
Yeah, CZ. CZ seems like a good nickname. There's the queens. We saw the queens briefly for William. And this is a 3-bet to 100.
Like
Oh,
sizing.
there's tens for Victor. He was able to get away last time with the tens.
And William hasn't been like, he's probably been the least active player at the table, so maybe Victor can do it twice in a row with tens.
It's pretty hard to fold these, but
And another new player in seat 1. He is somebody I recognize, but his name is slipping me, but I have seen him in Bratislava before. It may have not been Bratislava, but I'm 90% sure it has been. But hopefully he's using his real name, because otherwise it's going to bother me until I bump into him. But Victor calls this time, and not the flop. That makes either player happy.
it's definitely gonna be easier for Victor to lay these off on that flop, though.
If William c-bets here, because for him it's maybe not worthwhile to pump up this pot either, but then he loses control if he doesn't bet here.
Oh, most of the
But if it
players,
goes check-check, Victor can actually still take this down on the turn, but it's not going that way.
most of the players opting for some small continuation bet on this flop.
I especially like it because players are smart at this table, and they should understand that William has been playing the tightest at the table.
That's exactly what he does. Small bet, and that's an easy layoff for Victor.
It'll be interesting to see how the two new players play against the other players that now, after playing together for close to 3 hours, even if they don't have any history before, they have some history now.
They don't have any information about the new guys, and also the new guys don't have the information about them.
Now the new guys might have information about them
Yeah,
because, like,
here's
you were
the-
watching
yeah.
the stream, they could have been
That's
watching
actually
too.
True. That's actually true. Oh,
So you stayed tuned for the whole hour. So how was it with me in Venice? Did you enjoy the
great.
commentary?
I enjoyed your chemistry. I would say you have some chemistry, and I love how easygoing you guys are. I had a chat with Denise earlier. She's just lovely.
You were giving her some nice streaming tips because
Yeah.
she wants to get into it, but to stream, she apparently is an avid PlayStation gamer. Another plus for Venice there. My son would fall in love with her at 11 years old. It may be his second crush in his life because she's a gamer.
Yeah. We got some action with aces here. Cyprian opting for a call, maybe.
Cyprian just min bets the flop.
Oh, that's weird.
It kind of worked in a way. You know, I mean, he's drawing dead, but then it kind of worked that he could at least see a cheap turn and reevaluate because he had some. I mean, he didn't really have a lot of equity there, but you know, with that 7-5
That's
with
the
the
river
8
that,
and the jack, this could be trouble, a little bit of trouble. The pot's too small for it to be big trouble. And easy, taking one out of Cyprian's playbook there, betting small, just 15 euros into a pot of 95, gets the quick call. And not much loss there by, you know, with the ace-8 by Cyprian there.
I think easy with aces could not put him on a good hand there, so that's why he bet that small. I wouldn't imagine him getting much value from his worse hands.
What I don't like about these small bets is you're not getting really too much value to your stack, but you're potentially forcing yourself into a situation if you're raised that you have to fold the best hand or you have to call with an inferior hand. That puts you like in a really rough spot, where a bigger bet can still put you in a rough spot, but at least if you're just cold call, you're getting
where
proper
you are.
value.
Yeah, and you know where you are if you're raised.
I've seen some tricky players, so even at TV tables, when it gets big, they're happy to just shove it in and put the pressure on their opponent, you know. But this isn't exactly that table. There are some players that appear to be capable of doing that, though.
Let's see a 7.
You want to see some fireworks. You want to see a 7-high flop, obviously, with a 5 mixed in. But instead, it's Yi with the Jack 5 suited. This time, at least, he's only defending from the big blind. That's ahead, and now he turns trips, but
I don't think he's gonna get paid here, though.
no, because of the two opponents, the Cyprian wouldn't be, no matter who the opponent, unless it's Yi, is folding that 8-7, but another player may call Yi here just because I understand his ranges are all over the place.
And there
But
are
William
some
is
draws.
playing very tight to the vest.
Some draws on the board. There's clubs and those. There's a straight.
Yeah, but a lot of those draws shouldn't be betting on a paired board.
And as you can see, we see a call from William.
And Yi with the check mark, William unable to get his 2 outer. You wanted to see a 7 on the river because then the stacks are just getting in at that point.
Too bad one is blocked. And we'll only be hoping for spade 7.
That's right, because of the 8-7 of hearts held by Cyprian.
I would. Yeah. He's
Sizing is good.
here.
And yeah, I think you have to call. I mean, we see that a fold would be saving him some money, but that's being very results oriented. But good read, nice fold.
Of course, if he's betting on that ace river, you know he's strong, right? Because that.
It's Yi though. We don't know what, you know. It would be like he would be playing so many mind games without even trying against me.
Oh, that's exactly how I got stuck today on the cash game. I 3-bet very big, and this player called me with king 5, and he just flopped me dead, literally.
So I see Dark Angel is back. Thank you, Dark Angel, for returning. As I saw you, I'm glad there's no webcam on me, and I'm glad Alec didn't start cracking up as I'm spilling my, I'm not drinking beer, honestly. I'm drinking my iced tea here that actually looks like beer, but it actually is not, I swear. You could even taste test it is iced tea. But thankfully it did not land on my computer and only on me.
You spilled some on your t-shirt, but looks fine.
But I have another t-shirt underneath. I can just magically, when I'm done with the stream, appear that I am clean and that nothing happened. Of course, some of the crew are probably listening into the stream and they'll make fun of me, but that's okay too.
We got ace-king for William. He raises to 25. I'd
so
imagine
far,
there's
no
gonna
love.
be at least one call here.
We may see CC even 3-bet the button here. We do not know how he plays, but some players do 3-bet their 10-8 suited from the button. And exactly that's what he did. A raise to 80.
Do you think we're seeing a 4-bet here with the ace-king?
It's a tough spot. I mean, I should see a 4-bet, but he is out of position. That's the only problem, that you're jacking up the pot if your opponent calls, and if your opponent 5-bets shoves, you have to call, but then you could be up against kings or aces, but I don't think you should be that concerned, and I think a 4-bet is in order.
What I like here about the 4-bet is that indeed you're out of position, and if you just call, it could get ugly, and also you you see that he's 3-betting the button, which is a position that players really like to 3-bet from. And
Easy fold by CZ there. And even though William had the better hand, it's not that he was miles ahead with his ace-king. Always happy with ace-king when your 4-bet gets through.
oh, there is some new information about the new guy. He's not afraid to 3-bet his hands.
Not afraid to 3-bet, and now apparently William happy to 4-bet his premiums, which he should be. But still, I like that he sat back for about 10 seconds and just went through the scenario in his head and before 4-betting.
It's a very good 3-bet from the button, I'd say.
If you're stalling on every decision, then it's one thing pre-flop, but when you're facing a 3-bet, it's more than okay to take 10 to 30 seconds to think about how you want to play it. Of course, online, you don't want to take 30 seconds in a cash game because then you're already into your time bank that you might want to use later on.
We see a call from Tarka on the big blind. There's check, check on the 8-6 queen board.
So now we learned something else about CZ. He's happy to open up suited non-premium cards, but did flop top pair there. So it looks like everything is going to work out. But Yi called with the mystery hand. I like having the mystery hand in this case. Tarka getting rid of his bottom pair because we can't range Yi at all. So now we can kind of get in the mind of CZ, although CZ may have not been watching the stream.
Not only we don't know how he plays, but now we don't even know what his cards are, which might get interesting because an 8 is definitely in his range.
Yes. 8-6 is like his bread and butter. He likes like these one gappers. He falls in love with them.
And there it is. It's a bet.
A big bet too. And CZ shouldn't be folding quite yet.
Love this bet from me. Even if he doesn't have an 8, it's a pretty nice turn to.
Yeah, my problem with him calling so many flops was that he wasn't then becoming an aggressor on the turn or on the river. And he was basically had no hands to draw with. And CZ not betting his full house, hoping Yi bets into him, and indeed he does.
Oh.
Now, if you had a queen and an 8, and he's doing this with an 8, I think he should be almost checking an 8 here. Checking anything but a queen after CZ called that large bet on the turn.
Well, CZ has him now, unless he has a queen as well.
His stack has to go in. It's only 675. And Yi, if he has the 8, unfortunately has to call after betting. This is why I don't like the bet. If he doesn't have the 8 and he was just bluffing, it's a whole different story, but Yi was bluffing the entire way. Maybe had like a 5-7 because we've seen him play those hands before. He could have had any random 2 cards, though.
I think
we shall never know.
It's a pretty bad river to bluff here, especially when your opponent calls a big bet on the turn.
Yeah, I like the turn bet. I hated the river bet.
He's very likely to have a queen.
Yeah. If it was like a 3, I don't think there was another 3 on the board, even if there was, because his opponent CZ was on the button. Then I love the bet actually, but not with the queen double pairing the board.
Also, he was representing an 8.
Yeah.
And I would say that, yeah, I didn't really like the bet on the river if he was bluffing, because it's a bad spot to bluff.
So Victor opening with the queen 9, Yi 3-betting with the 8s.
Oh, that could get interesting. Ace queen for Tarka.
And it looks like we had a player fold out of position because Tarka is still deciding what to do. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here, but maybe against Yi we will.
He's pretty short, so he might even.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Considering that, I forgot that Yi was down to 500 to start the hand.
So
I do like the 4-bet actually.
I think this is getting in.
And Victor easily gets out of the way. And Yi has to just put the chips in. I mean, he can also just call and jam the flop, but it has to go in now.
Oh, it's just a call. That's
I mean, it needs to be a stop and go then. If he's calling here, then it has to go in now. Especially on this flop. I mean, he is ahead, but even he has to. I mean, if he felt Tarka had a better pair than his eights, he can't be set mining with the eights. And once he 3-bets, he has to
this is
get it
going
in.
Yeah, this is definitely going in. And we're gonna see close to 1K pot with 6 outs for Tarka. Maybe some runners.
And he just calling, leaving 90 behind.
No way.
Tarka, you still have fold equity.
Not sure why would he just call there.
It works out the same. I mean,
Yeah.
you might as well just get it in then and there, but it doesn't really matter too much, I suppose.
Maybe in another world, Tarka would fold the turn for 90.
And an alternative reality
Yeah.
against the craziest player at the table. Not necessarily the craziest, but in terms of the player with the widest range of hands.
I would not imagine Tarka would be able to fold his 6 outs to the river for basically 1 to 10. He has.
I
the
mean,
ex-
Tarka might feel he's ahead, to be fair. At least he can, especially now when it goes check on the turn.
Did we just see a check? Yeez.
Did we just see a check? Because right now it's showing Yi with 1K in a stack, so he didn't have 90. That changes everything that we were just talking about. He reloaded apparently before the hand, because you see his stack magically change from 90 to 1K and the hand isn't over yet.
Yeah, well,
And the graphics are blocking his chips.
software isn't always accurate.
No, it's not because of the software. If he reloaded, I didn't see him mentioning that he reloaded, so it's player education that we need to make sure takes place tomorrow. And I will take care of that myself before the Omaha stream starts tomorrow.
Oh, that changes the whole hand for us, basically. So with 1K behind and facing...
But explains why Yi didn't get it in
Yeah.
pre-flop, why he didn't get it on the flop. Everything is normal now, and I expect this to go check quite often, but if Yi can sniff out that he actually is ahead, oh my!
Yeah, that's a big one.
Tarka not just checking for value because nothing, I mean, he has a nice showdown hand, but now recognizes that Yi has these kind of pocket pairs perhaps.
You know, this is actually...
Wallman, stream.
He may be trying to get like other aces that he's chopping the pot to fold, because Yi doesn't really have a full button very often.
Sometimes that's how Tarka would play his kings as well. So he might be trying to represent that as well.
Yeah, that's exactly how we'd be playing a king.
Especially on that kind of a dry turn.
And especially since Yi occasionally has bet turns after he's called flop bets.
Maybe he thinks that check on the turn is sign of a weakness. Because he did 3-bet and maybe...
But I really like now that we see how many chips he has, the way Yi has played this hand this far. And I like that he's not making a quick decision like he's done at other times. Now he is thinking it over. And the only thing he needs to think, do I think Tarka has a king? Makes the call. This is the first time we've seen Tarka lose a significant pot, and Yi up to
Finally gets
2,500. I mean, he did reload.
finally
He's still
gets
down.
pot. Wonderful call from him. I think he thought through the whole hand and he was like, why isn't he betting the turn when, you know, I'm most likely having over pairs as well.
And I'm calling a lot on the, and that I've called a lot on the turn. Maybe he understands his table image as well.
wonderful read from me and a great pot to have. Otherwise, he'd be reloading right now again.
So the Twitch chat got a little bit quiet, or my computer isn't buffering properly. So come on, guys, let's get the chat going again. For those of you that don't know me, this is Jason Glatzer, commentating many events across Europe. More often, you've probably seen me report events around Europe. I also write articles in my spare time, do some podcasts occasionally. You name it, I like to do it. Love doing Facebook Lives on other people's channels, interviewing players. A little bit more about me, I'm a big fan of mini trains. Not mini trains in the shopping center, but like mini trains. Grabbing my son,
Yeah.
I've gotten him very into it, and traveling around, when I travel around with him, you know, hopping on a mini train. Used to play tennis,
That reminds
Used
me
to
of my father, actually.
play fairly good basketball. Now I'm out of shape and old.
Well, hopefully we get some nice, interesting hands like the last one, the eights.
We want the chat to be excited too about these hands.
Yeah. Well, I imagine a lot of people are, you know, sitting in their beds watching without joining the chat, but
What do you think I'm going to be doing tonight? I'm going to be replaying some of this. I'm going to be fast forwarding through spots just so
Yeah.
I can laugh at some of these big hands again.
oh, a 3-bet.
So we have a new player,
Matus.
Matus here.
Matus
Or is it Matush? Yeah.
Or Matush. I don't know. Oh,
We need to see if there's like a little symbol over the S, and that would help us a lot.
there's a call from Victor, and we have a suited ace for E.
We know he's calling. We don't even
We
have to
know
wait
he's
till he
never
does.
getting away from this hand.
This is near the top of his range, actually.
Yeah. Oh.
And
that's-
this is what you've been
that
waiting
is-
for.
Come on, give
have-
me a 4.
Matus, the new player with top pair, probably doesn't know how Yi has been playing, and Yi with the flush draw. But Yi isn't really jacking things up with raises, so I expect, we did see a quick fold with the 4s, but I expect Yi to call, even though very often I'd be raising here. But then again, I wouldn't be involved in this pot with ace-8 in a 3-bet pot.
Matush has only like 1k behind, so
And Yi does raise. This I love.
wow.
And then Matus fold.
No way. Oh my god.
Wow.
That's I could never fold that. What
I mean, I know he doesn't maybe understand the full table dynamic quite yet, but even so,
what would you
you're playing
put
5-10 hold'em, and players are raising without that, or they may even be doing it with a weaker queen. In this case, it was just a flush draw. Players should be raising that on a quite frequent basis with an ace-high flush draw.
I think he made too fast of a decision there.
Yeah.
Because he 3-bet the flop, got 2 calls. You won't be putting your opponents on too much sets, deuces and 5s. And what are the other hands that are beating you? They won't have kings and aces as well. If you like the aces, they would probably 4-bet the kings. So
I would have so much difficulties playing against you too, though, you know, like, yeah. Okay, so it's Tony Rovnak. Okay, so at least we know his name. And seat 1, the player I recognized but didn't know his name.
there's just not
But
many hands
I
that are beating.
did see him in Bratislava before playing, and maybe I've had a quick conversation with him at one point.
Give us diamonds. Oh, that's actually a heart, not a diamond. Sorry.
But if we see a diamond in the turn, we could see a little bit of something. But we have a full house here with Tony. Is he going to try to get some value now? And may be able to get a little bit from Yi, actually, even though he's drawing dead.
Thing is, he has it all here. There's not much your opponents could have on this board except for drawing.
But if he was
Hearts.
watching earlier, he knows Yi likes to see boards. So, and he priced it actually rather nicely. Because if he's not able to get value now, he's not probably going to get value later after check through on the flop. I mean, it's not the best case scenario, but when you have Jack-9, you're happy to win a pot, I suppose.
Well, in this case, you have it also. maybe even a check there is good. You're missing some value from the draws, but otherwise every other hand is folding there. Yeah, maybe some nines checked on the flop. Who knows?
There's a potential also that one of the players has a jack, and then all of a sudden that 35-euro bet gets raised, and a small little bet turns into a massive pot where you're holding the nuts.
Well, CZ has the ace queen here. Under the gun raises to 30. He's not getting away here. He sees a suited connector and he's in.
It's not even this. It's like he likes these suited gappers, and this is like a triple gapper, not even a double gapper. He did this before, as we saw with that 6-10 suited, which didn't work out quite well for him.
4 players to the flop here.
And let's see, we have top pair here by Yi, backdoor flush draw. And I'm not sure why CZ's equity is so high with just the 2 overcards. I guess he has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor Broadway draw.
A whole lot of nothing for Maciusz and Victor here.
Yeah, the other players can get off easy. I mean, we know Yi calls just about any flop, but he's calling this one with the best hand at the moment with top pair.
That's something that CZ would like to see.
Yeah, that's yummy. The tasty spade.
Give me more. He's like, give me more of these, dealer.
I really want to know who In Through the Window is in real life, because they apparently know me. I thank you for the compliment that I'm not old, unless that wasn't to me. I am old, though. And CC betting is not flush draw. He should be a little bit concerned about the spades. Maybe concerned he has kicker problems. Does fold. Fold's the best hand, so well played there by CZ.
There's also a
leading out the flop, so had strength on the flop, and then the turn gave him a lot of possibilities. Not just with the spade, but an ace or a queen would have also given him the check mark.
CZ also had some overpairs in his range.
Yeah, I don't mind the fold there by Yi. I mean, it's a results-oriented bad fold, but in terms of like reality, in terms of what you think your opponent might be doing, I kind of understand why he folded. So we have Levski here asking, ask Alex why he makes this emote. Now my computer is too small to really break down the emote, but it looks like a queen of something, maybe a queen of hearts, a queen of diamonds.
It's a queen.
Crying her eyes out. So what's this all about?
Crying. So I had a disaster run of hands with queens where I lose in insane big spots against low equity hands, and I lost so many with queens that I went on and made an emote about them. So every time I have queens, my chat starts spamming the queens.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I always lose with them anyway.
This sounds like, I wish I knew a little bit of Bulgarian because it sounds like such a fun stream.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of your audience is probably not fluent enough in English to follow you on a regular basis in English. I know more than half of the Bulgarians I have met, I can have proper English conversations with, but still it's probably like 60 to 80% would follow, would tune in if you did English, and another 20% would leave.
That's pretty much the numbers you're saying. You're right. Most of the Bulgarian people know English, and I've seen the only other Bulgarian poker streamer switch to English.
Georgi Sandev?
No.
I love Georgi.
It's another channel, but let's see the hand first, and we're gonna discuss this.
Yeah, we have some cards here. Tarka with the 10s, Cyprian with the ace-4 suited. And then it's William who, as we said, it was playing a little bit tight earlier, 3-betting here with the ace-jack. He has a very good tag game, which should work on this laggy. It's not like a super lag table, you know. I don't know how to describe Yi's play. It's not tag or lag. It's not loose passive either, but at times it is.
it's very hard for me at least to play tens against the 3-bet.
Both players call. In a tournament, I'm happy with the tens, but I'm getting rid of my ace-4. But stacks are so deep,
Wow.
it's okay. And cash game,
Good flop for Tarka. Let's see if William's gonna represent here.
and William has been playing, as I mentioned, a nice tag game. So even like a bet here, Tarka may not be happy about. Tarka may not have realized until checked the round that he's likely ahead, and this is a scary turn card. Cyprian can actually steal this one away because Tarka has some showdown value, but it's a scary board with 4 connected cards. And after William checked too, Cyprian could be betting here. It probably will get William out of the way, but it could get Tarka out of the way too.
That's 150, I think.
Tarka, it's not an easy spot, and a fast fold by Tarka. Well played there by Cyprian.
He wasn't happy about the fold. You saw him there, right?
No, I mean, it's you can't be happy when you could be ahead, but you know you could be facing a large river bet that you're probably going to have to fold to. So it's hard to keep going with those tens.
Day 1 will finish after level 14. Informacja przyjechała
I got you in through the window. So it's I said that I'm out of shape and old when I was talking about the fact that I now only play basketball with my 11-year-old son and don't play with adults anymore. But I will play tennis with anyone. Not if you're too good. Like if you're like semi-pro, I won't play with you because my knees are shot. I can't jump anymore.
Yeah. Have you played
So I don't have a neck
football?
game. No, the football was not my thing. I played baseball. I grew up in New Jersey. So a little bit about me because we just met. I grew up in New Jersey. I've lived in Vegas, Philadelphia, New York, a few other places in the U.S. I moved to Brussels in the year 2000. I used to be a financial controller, so I was starting the European operations there. Moved back in 2001 to New Jersey. Saw the whole 9/11 thing from my window. And then let's not talk about that because we have a positive stream going. Then was off and on living in Vegas. Also work, not poker, but of course I played a bit of poker on my trips there. Girlfriend broke up with me, crazy Israeli girl. Wouldn't have been marriage material anyway. Timing was good. I moved to London. Was single, enjoying London for a few years, and then met my wife in London in 2008. And we moved to Lithuania end of 2009 for a month. And now it's been, let's do the math, 14 years.
Oh. Well, I guess you liked it there.
Yeah, I like it there. I mean, it used to be comfortable and cheap. Now it's just comfortable.
And how did you, what was the journey to you coming here, being a commentator?
Let's see the hand first, but it's basically my love of the game, more or less. So Yi was ahead pre-flop. He has the Broadway gut shot. No other backdoors going on. Victor with just bottom pair. He was the opening aggressor with the King-4 suited. Yi not even thinking about it and making the call. So as you mentioned, we liked when Yi was thinking.
Yeah. Never.
I would like him to think a little bit more. Of course, in this case, the call might actually work out for him because it's going to be awfully hard for Victor to continue again. Although Victor seems like a very aware player. He's seen Yi call just about any flop.
Yeah. I've seen Yi fold a flop bet.
I think he did like during the first hour, once or twice.
Yeah. It's a good continuation bet from Victor.
He's repping that ace hard. Doesn't even know that he's actually ahead here, but he is.
He also has some equity behind.
Yeah, for sure. And Yi makes the correct fold this time around. I don't mind the flop bet if you were going to bet the turn if it was checked over to you. The flop call if you were going to bet when it's checked over to you. So we'll never know if that would have happened.
Gentlemen, your change.
Yes, my wife is Lithuanian, but she didn't care whether we lived in Lithuania or not. And I didn't want to move back to the U.S. I've had enough of the U.S. I like to visit every once in a while. I'll visit in August for a few weeks. It'll be actually my longest stay in the U.S. in 15 years, 3 weeks. Because even longer, actually, because I lived in London. I moved to London in the beginning of 2006. So I wasn't doing these 3-week breaks over to see family and friends.
How would you compare, like, did you feel more free in Lithuania to do what
Oh, for sure.
you want?
It's not even comparable. It's like, you know, land of the free is land of the free, but there's like rules about everything, right? So
And there's people that are looking for these rules to be.
yeah, there's. I'm not saying it's a police state because it's far from, but still.
We have here.
I like even driving. You're worried about getting pulled over and things like that. And Jerry is back. Julian, we have a massive crew here joining us in the booth. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm being offered now. I can say that I'm having an adult iced tea versus the little bit of iced tea I earlier spilt on myself. Thank you very much for the adult one. It's always nice to have one for the tail end of the stream. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. I've been having a blast.
Yeah,
Got to meet Alex a little bit during the stream as well. We did have a nice chat. We do not have a big pot going on here, so we can have a little bit of talk. I don't believe I've met you, though. Johnny. So we have Irish Poker Festival's Johnny here. I'll have a nice chat with you, I'm sure, later tonight or tomorrow. But nice to meet you too, Johnny.
I still have a lot of people to meet here, so yeah.
There's always people to meet. It's always good to be social at poker events. Usually the people working at poker events, especially when it involves Irish people from the Irish Poker Tour, but in general, Irish people are among the most friendliest. Same with the Norwegians. Just go up and start a conversation. Don't be shy. And the Brazilians, of course, the Brazilians, especially the Irish Brazilians. But the yes, Brazilians are among the friendliest as well. Unfortunately, we do not get to see that many Brazilian players at events I cover, but the ones that we do, when they do speak good English, are very friendly. And it's not just those countries. Those are the most common ones. British players can be quite chatty. Careful when they've had a few too many beers not to say something that might insult them, but other than that, they can be very friendly. And sorry if I insulted any of you in the chat with that comment.
This could get interesting. Victor has ace-queen, and he's facing a 3-bet from Tarka with ace-10 suited.
Tarka giving us some entertainment here with this 3-bet. It is suited. It is a, I wouldn't say standard, but it is fairly standard to 3-bet here. You can also call in a tournament. You can fold there as well, but I'm often 3-betting this in a tournament as well. Just with a much different sizing than what we see here.
We see a nice call, ace.
There's a club out of the window and a 10. So Tarka flopping the top pair here.
Not good.
Unfortunately, against a player like Victor, he's probably not going to see too much more value, and you don't want to slow play your ace-10 flopping top pair for sure.
And it's a fast bet.
It's a fast bet, and Victor's going to just as quickly fold, I believe. He is not quickly folding, yeah.
He's thinking, what could his opponent have?
And Victor understands that Tarka could be betting with something other than top pair or better, but does make the correct laydown. Victor seems to make every move absolutely correctly from a results-oriented point of view, but also from a theoretical point of view.
And we've seen his stack slowly but surely growing a bit.
I mean, he is still my favorite player just for the unpredictability, but I would say, though, that Victor and Tarka are providing like lots of, let's say, good, strong poker. Pretty much the entire table is, but those two players stand out in my head for sure.
Yeah, some of the players are a bit more silent than the others.
So thank you very much for the adult beverage. We've lost our Irish/Brazilian crew here. Maybe we could figure out how to get more microphones so when people just randomly pop into the booth, when I'm saying hi to them, they can say hi to the chat again. I'll give Juliana your love later, Tanya. I didn't know you were still in the chat here. The amazing Tanya Masters, who will be hosting a ladies event coming up for the Irish Poker Tour.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not here, but coming up soon. I don't think I can make that one because my schedule in September and October is insane, actually. I have a lot of reporting and some commentating as well. And one of the ones is reporting and commentating. I'm doing that next week as well. It's there for reporting, but at night I'll do some commentating. But
are you going to be in Malta commentating?
I'll be in Malta. I believe I'll be commentating, but we need to get that locked up. But I plan to be in Malta. That's going to be my 4th trip to Malta this year.
I also plan to be in Malta. I guess we will meet there, hopefully.
If not for my wife not wanting to live in Malta, I need to be there 6 times this year. I would be living there. I love the poker scene there. I like the poker scene here too. So it's possible at some point we move here. We do love Lithuania, but we're thinking ahead just because we won't get into the whole war situation. It's not that kind of stream, but let's just say that I live about 45 minutes from the Belarus border and leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, I've never been to Malta and I'd love to go this year. Hopefully I get to win some tournaments here.
You need to go. It's Portomaso. It's a fantastic venue. And then if you win a package and you get to stay at the Hilton, it's like the nicest Hilton I've seen. And if you like waking up and having like massive balconies, or if you're a smoker, having those massive balconies come in handy, it's just a lovely venue all around. And the main poker room where the main events take place, there's 2 floors where they host that. It's like you feel like a rock star. It's a giant like auditorium scene. I would love to hear music in that area too. Not during a poker event, but just in general, like a band play there. But it's one of my favorite venues. I love this venue as well for other reasons. The hospitality here is amazing. Not that it's not great in Malta, but here at Card Casino, you have so much space. Now, you haven't even seen all the space. Yeah. This is your first time here because there's a hole on the ground floor behind where you check in for reception. You could fit another 200 tables.
Well, I definitely saw a lot of tables here, and I'm amazed by the
You could double that
organization.
number,
Yeah.
and that's how many there actually can do here.
I'm amazed by how well things are organized for this event, and lovely to have a TV table as well. This is something that, for example, in Bulgaria we're missing, and we have another guest.
We have Ferdia, but he didn't come with a adult iced tea, but I already have one. But it's still an absolute pleasure to see Ferdia. He's been helping out with the stream from the back end, behind the scenes, doing his thing. Apparently, back end is not what I should have been saying. Technical words back end is much different than what you dirty people in the chat are thinking.
Tony here raising with his 8s, and we saw an ace-jack. Where did that go?
Yeah, where did the ace-jack go? Who folded the ace-jack? It
Oh,
went way
actually,
fast.
it's on the flop. I think it went out on the flop, I think. Because there is a set for Tony. We were a bit
Easy
late.
peasy. This could get ugly.
Give me a king.
Is he going to raise even? I mean, we've seen him with these random check raises.
Give me a king, please.
And then a 7. No, you don't want that. But then we have no favorites in this hand. We just want to see a 5K pot. So far, the biggest pot was actually the very first hand of the stream. It was a 4K pot or a 3K pot.
Well, we
We
did
did
have,
see another 3K
yeah.
pot.
I don't think he is going anywhere from here with his gut shot as well, and top pair. He
He
might
shouldn't
be
be.
afraid of these spades, but oh,
Oh my God!
that's
But
it.
this actually won't. It
Oh.
won't be stacks getting in here for sure. I mean, I don't even know if Tony's going to bet this river. He knows Yi likes his sevens. I mean, Yi plays any hand with the 7. He plays 7-5, 7-9, 7-10, 7-3. This is just Yi Quinfeng. He loves playing random cards. Does get there. I mean, you can't blame him for sticking around with the top pair. You can't blame him for defending with the King 7 suited either. Just very unfortunate for Tony there. It reminds us of the first hour or two where Tony just couldn't get anything going.
He had the good shot and he hit it on the river. And unfortunately, there were 3 spades, so no value.
Was it a gut shot or an open ender?
It was a good shot.
I don't remember anymore, but I
Yeah.
thought it was an open ender for some reason. But maybe it was a gut shot.
Yeah, it definitely was a good shot, I remember.
So we have Apocalypse UK in the chat. Good evening to you as well. Welcome to the chat. We'll be with you, I think, for another 30 minutes. It could be longer. I'm happy to stay here as long as the stream keeps
as long
going.
as I get one of these as well that you got. Or some water.
You can run out for one. They're super cheap here. That's another benefit of the casino. Did you know you could buy a bucket of 6 beers for 10 euros here?
Yeah, I actually, someone mentioned that to me and I was like, come on.
They're bottle beers. It's not like this watered down. Because I know I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. I'm going to rephrase it. I know of a casino, though, if you're in your country where, yeah, the beers may be super cheap, but they're super watered down, you know. Then I'd
People
rather
are saying
pay for the beer.
I would love to take the beer option here if I have a free day.
Well, if you come back in the stream, I'll make sure that we have you properly liquidated, but not to the point where you don't know what's going on.
Look at this. Like, we have Tony betting with 7 deuce on this board. He has a good shot, but this gut shot is not gonna do him any good.
We didn't hear them introduce a 7 deuce game, but that's the only reason I can think of for Tony trying to steal this one away.
Imagine there is an 8 on the river.
If he keeps going, I mean, even if it's any random card that isn't a king, but yeah, an 8 would be absolute mayhem.
It's also gonna be very hard for Victor to call here. He has the outs, but he's facing a big bet.
It depends on whether he thinks his jack and queen are live. We see that he's actually ahead here, but he may not think he's ahead, but if he thinks he's like ahead, if he thinks his jack and queen are alive,
Yeah.
he will call. And
Very
Victor
good
does
call.
call. And
Not-
now if Tony can find another bet here, if he can pull the trigger. Now Tony pulled the trigger before with a triple barrel when he was bluffing. That was the very first hand where he got caught. This time Victor will not be calling.
That's
He doesn't even have to bet more than half the pot.
definitely a card you'd be firing. It's definitely in your range.
Especially after betting so large on the turn. This is a small bet on the river, but it may be enough. It should be enough. I mean, Victor can't think his queen high is good. It is good, but he shouldn't be thinking it's good. I wouldn't be thinking it's good.
It looks like exactly the value bet you'd make with a full house, for example.
I mean, even a 7-8 would be doing this.
Yeah. You'd understand that your opponent is sometimes drawing, and this bet gets them off from their.
And he
alt.
gets away with it. Show the 7 deuce. He shows it. There is no 7 deuce game, but everybody loves when except for the player you bluffed, when you bluff with 7 deuce.
Well, in this case, is my fellow Bulgarian Victor, and you can see he's not happy about it.
No, but what can he do?
Yeah, nothing.
In through the window is encouraging me to get drunk and spend your money. I mean, to be fair, if any of you are in town, I'll happily spend the 10 euros to get you 6 beers if you're in the chat. Even if you're working at the festival, you can take me up on that. Alex is now very sad that he's commentating with me and not in the chat because this doesn't apply to co-commentators. But I'll be happy to get you a beer when we're done.
Well, I'll be happy to have one with you. It's been wonderful time here commentating, and
wait, we have another new player. Who's Leos?
Leos, we'll see.
Longman TV.
Oh, that's an interesting flop. Tarka has flush draw. We have Tony with the middle pair. Fine kicker.
And meanwhile, checks around to let Leos improve to top pair.
Everyone has something here on this board.
Not so much for Tony, though.
So that's a small bet.
I think it's just to block things so that he could see a river for the flush draw. Otherwise, he should have been potentially betting bigger.
Also, if he hits something, you know, if he hits his spade, he's likely to get more out of this pot.
Yeah, the pot was small, so the 30 bet was actually, so it was a limp pot.
Well, small pot for Leos to pick up against the missed flush.
But it's always nice to win your first pot on the TV table.
Yeah.
In this case, it had potential to get bigger, but that potential was never realized.
Oh, if we could only see Leos. Is this guy Leos? Well, this is 8th position, right? I've seen him on the tables, and his dress code is a bit wild.
But this is the first time we have the cumulative winnings now. So Tarka, who easily was the big winner earlier, is no longer the big winner now. Cyprian, who won a big pot before and a bunch of smaller ones, is up 1,800 euros, 180 plus big blinds. There has been no straddling whatsoever, so that's actually quite impressive. If there were straddling, that would be a bit normal. It is normal-ish for a TV table.
Yeah, Victor is down 500 euros in E, as we see him play some wild hands. He's down 1K. Overall,
Apocalypse, I'm happy to buy you a non-alcoholic beverage. I'm not drinking every night. In fact, this year, I'm barely drinking at all these days. But I do enjoy a beer in the stream, not to get drunk, but I just still love the taste of beer.
we have Ace-Jack suited for our... Is he chip leading right now?
No, Tarka's no longer chip leading, it's Cyprian.
Oh, it's Cyprian. But they're
Cyprian
close
with the chip
to
lead.
in winnings.
Yeah, it's fairly the same.
Oh, that's a pair for E. You know, he loves a pair.
And not the worst flop for Tarka either.
That's less likely for his opponent to have a pair now.
But now his opponent has a double gutter.
Oh,
Oh my!
that's a full house.
But it's still like you could bet it now that it went check on the flop and turn, but in general, if there was action on the flop and turn, you would be not necessarily happy with your full house because any queen is beating your full house.
He goes for value and ace high calls.
Okay, thin value, thin
Yeah.
call.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
all-
he was hoping to get called from an ace.
Yeah. And if he's betting bigger, he may still get called, but then if Tarka was slow playing a queen, he's in big trouble.
Sometimes it's better to get small value instead of no value.
I think my trips, Apocalypse, to London this year are over. I did 2 like quickie weekend trips for quick reporting, but it's a big hassle to get in and out of London, especially as an American living in Lithuania.
So we see Leos. Did you see how he was dressed? It's a pretty wild outfit.
I'll have
on
to
this-
check it out. I was busy looking at the chat.
Earlier when I saw him,
But Leo's bringing a whole new dynamic. We haven't seen really much limping at all, but this is the second time we've seen Leos limp. I have 0 limping strategy in,
you
in
can
Holden,
see it with the chain and
especially deep stacked. I have 0 limping strategy. Calling behind, yes, but limping, no. I watch guys like Dominic Nietzsche when they're short stacked in tournaments doing the limping, and since I can't figure out why he's doing it, I don't do it myself.
yeah.
What's going on here?
Oh, that's a
That
wild
can't be a
card.
jam. Is it a jam?
This-
Leos jammed 1K into what?
We have a wild card on our table, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's really gonna spice things up.
He may or may not have more than 1 adult beverage. I'm not quite sure, but I'm not sure what the heck is happening there. If we thought Yi was hard to figure out, I think we're just here for some gamble, but then just chucking in pre.
We might see some crazy things happening on this table with this guy.
It was more than a 10x bet on the flop, jamming it in.
You see players are laughing on the table, not knowing what's happening. And I'm pretty sure they're thinking, do it again.
I'm curious how they adjust. Like, does that tighten players up, loosen players up? I think depending on the player, some will tighten up when they see that, some will loosen up and want to play more hands. Not afraid of the like crazy variance that that's causing.
Me, for example, against wildcard players.
Yeah, I can now see what he's wearing. He's here to gamble.
Yeah, I would say so, judging only by his outfit.
Calling with the Jack Deuce as well. Let's see if he jams again. He's in 3rd place in this hand,
Oh.
but William is not going to stick around.
No way.
Oh no! What is he doing?
No
Not this
way.
time. But
He did it again.
the problem with Cyprian, he has to worry about William. He's probably not worried about Leos,
Yeah.
but he needs to actually be worried about William calling from the small blind. I mean, he shouldn't be super concerned, but
This guy is.
on the other hand, it's so much going into like a small pot that I won't blame Cyprian for actually folding here. But I think Cyprian, since he's up a bit and he sees how crazy Leos is,
Maybe he'll just wait for a better spot.
but how long is the stream going to go on for? You're
Yeah.
going to get a better spot. You
I
may
would
not get
call.
it.
I
He
would
does call. I'm curious what William would have done if Cyprian folded.
He asks for 1 or 2 times for the board.
3 times.
3 times the board runs out.
But why is the best hand giving him the option for 3 times? But that's it is reducing
Maybe
variance in a
because
big
He
pot.
knows that most of the time he wins and he would reduce some bad beats.
True. So
It's a big pot.
hand
2.2K.
number 1 goes to Cyprian.
Oh,
Oh, Leo's improving to
Oh.
2 pair on, so it's good for Cyprian that they're running it 3 times because he suggested you want to run it twice.
can he do it again though? No. And that's 2/3 of the pot going to Cyprian and Leos losing 2/3 of his stack.
The rich get richer.
And I
And-
don't think this guy is going anywhere now.
The question, I think, is whether Leos is going to reload or just start jamming away with his shorter stack now.
I think he's gonna start jamming his, like, what, 400, 300 left behind.
I don't understand everything Levski is saying here. I understand that Leos is crazy.
Oh,
I'm not going to say that I can disagree with that.
that's a Bulgarian word which means,
Is it not a nice word?
no, it's not a bad word. It's basically a word for someone that is throwing money away.
A gambler, yeah. I had a nice conversation with my taxi driver today. I wound up switching hotels, so I took a few taxis just to speed up the time, even though we're not too far away from the casino. And he saw obviously where he was picking me up from. He's like, "Yeah, I'm banned from that casino." I'm like, "Okay, I need the story." Turns out the story was boring. He was an Advantage Slots player somehow, because that is actually possible on some machines, so he got banned for that. But the funny bit is he doesn't play poker. He understands it's a skill game. And when I asked him why he doesn't play poker, he says, "I'm a gambler. And gamblers shouldn't play poker because it's a skill game. And gamblers that play poker are going to lose money faster than if they're gambling like at a blackjack table."
Yeah.
And it's a very good point, actually.
That's actually true. When I see people gambling on the poker table, they have better odds in blackjack, yeah.
I need to step out for one quick hand. I'm sorry to leave you in the booth alone, but I'm sure you will be fine. Be right back, everybody.
Oh, we have some drinks order on the table. You see Leos, after losing 2/3 of his pot, 2/3 of his stack, just casually taking a sip of his beer. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some more all-ins here with the wild player on our table. King Jack this time for Leos. Is he? What is he gonna do with this? It's just a call. Raise to 35 with 5-4 from Tony. Maybe he sees that Leos is a bit wild and he wants to play a game on him, but then again, Leos flops top pair with a pretty good kicker. Tony, is he gonna represent this board? Check. All in from Leos again with the top pair. He just puts it all in. He just likes to put it all in on the line.
Vlogman TV.
Alex is going to love to see 6 players coming in. Well, this player is definitely gonna spice things up on the table. You could see that the other ones would be just waiting for one of these all-ins. And Leos is just putting it all on the line, drinking his beer, and he doesn't seem to have a single care in the world. And there we go, my favorite commentator is back in the booth.
I just got some news that because this table is so much fun and exciting, that instead of ending the stream as originally scheduled in 15 minutes, we're going to keep going.
All right.
But Alex, what we're going to do here is we're going to take about a half-hour break. Ferdia is going to come in with one of the guys from the Irish Poker Tour. I'm not sure who it is. Just try to keep the conversation as quickly as possible. Those guys will take over for about 30 minutes, and I will get you that adult beverage you were asking for. And if you want to come back with me when we're done with the break, I'm more than happy for you to be my co-pilot the rest of the way.
Great.
But it'll be good to get up and stretch a little bit if we're going to keep going into the wee hours of the morning.
Wait a minute, that's a big bet.
What's going on here? Oh, it's Leos.
Leos
Okay,
going
standard.
crazy again. Tony has second pair and he calls.
Leos is short now, though, so I don't think Tony's going anywhere. Leos jamming it.
He's gonna definitely call.
He's going to call, and they're going to run it 32 times.
Look at the other players are just hunting there.
So Tony with the call, the king of spades on the river. They just ran it once this time.
Look,
And I really hope Leos reloads.
yeah. Look at the smile on Tony's face. He just knows he's good there.
You may want to see if there's a seat open on this table, although I would say that I wouldn't I would try to put a stop to it, just because if you've been commentating, we have like a lot more information than the players at the table have, at this point in time, because we've seen so many hands. We know how they play better than they know how their opponents play, unless they played with them in the past. Because we see the cards that have been folded, they don't.
We see Leo's calling. Thing is he gonna reload?
It doesn't look like he's going anywhere, but how is he making a phone call right now? I guess when you're Leos, you can do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah.
And he's not in any hands, but he should actually get up from the table. But I don't think any player is going to tell him you need to get up from the table and do anything that potentially can offend him.
I love this guy, and I'm sure all of the players love him as well. You love to see one of those players on your table, especially when you're playing these takes.
Okay, he's coming back. He
Oh,
has
yeah.
more money.
He just
Slaps it on the
slaps
table.
it on the table, yeah.
A little more jammy.
You know, I love this beer as well in the break, but I just cannot seem to miss this guy. Look
Apocalypse, I do have the surnames for some of the players, but if they are not in the stream, it means this is how they wanted their names to appear. So we're going to keep it as it is. And if you know the surnames of some of the players, nobody here is like massively like a superstar. This is how we're running the cash game streams for the next 2 days. Of course, when we have the tournament streams from there forward, we'll have all the full names for you. Everybody's signing forms, but in cash game streams, this is often the case. I don't think I've commentated a single cash game stream in my life where players haven't been allowed to use whatever nickname they want to use, as long as it's not like offensive. Also, I've never seen a player try to use a truly offensive screen nickname, but I'm sure that's happened as well. So we have Ferdia coming in. I'm going to join up with him for about 2-3 minutes. So don't go too far, Alex. I promise I won't be here too long. I'm just going to keep him company until his new co-pilot comes. And then we will go for a tasty beverage and some stretching and come back in about 30-40 minutes if that works with these guys.
Oh, that sounds lovely, and I will be here again, surely, with this action on the table, with my drink. So, see you guys later, and I'm gonna be handing the mic on.
So unfortunately, we don't see Luos in the chip count, so maybe he did slap some cash on the table, but he's no longer in his seat. Maybe he's putting his shirt back on. We don't know what's going on with him, but certainly all the players want him to come back. So welcome, Ferdia, to the stream.
Hey, Jason. How are you getting on?
I'm having a blast. It's been an incredible table, and it got even better when we had like a crazy player, Leos, in that empty seat number 9.
Yeah.
Recently joined the table and then just jamming hands pre-flop and post-flop like 1,000 into a pot of 100 with not the nuts or anything.
Just a wild man.
A wild gambler. Shirt half off.
Who else has won your heart over, Jason?
Oh, Yi, for sure. I believe is in C4. He loves calling any flop.
Anything.
Pre-flop, he loves gappers, double gappers, triple gappers, and has a very interesting style. Sometimes it's been working for him, sometimes less so. Tarka, I would say, is one of the stronger players at the table, along with Adam, although Adam's not, I don't think, at the table anymore, and Victor. But the rest of the table is fairly strong, either with a tag or like semi-lag kind of impression.
Yeah, I have a lot of time for Tarka. Obviously, he's one of the back home boys. Yeah, he was so excited to be on stream. It's lovely when players are coming up and they're just really, really excited to the game.
22 years old.
22 years old.
Beasting a 5'10", hold'em
Oh
stream.
yeah, no, he is holding his own in the big boys. I'm proud of him.
We're getting some love in the chat here. I'll leave my laptop with y'all so you can follow the chat. Just make sure that the screen stays refreshed once in a while.
100%.
But Supernova is saying hi to you.
Hey, Supernova.
I hope Donald John Doe sticks around. He was here primarily for my co-pilot Alex. But,
Alex will be back
Alex
soon.
will be
Don't
back,
worry.
and these guys will be just as entertaining, maybe even more so with
Oh,
the Irish
dear.
banter, especially if they've had a couple. Verdio looks fairly sober, actually, but we don't
do
know
look
about his
sober.
co-pilot.
It's the working man's sobriety. It's not a way of life for me. It's just for the moment. We're kicking off with this hand here.
But Lewis is back.
Oh.
Shirt's still about half on. Thankfully, we have the camera angle this way.
I don't know. Maybe there'll be people out there that would prefer a different camera angle.
Maybe.
There's something out there for everyone.
I prefer my opponents are fully dressed at the table, but that's just me.
Is that usually your request?
It's not that I will request it, but then.
I mean, my shirt's pretty unbuttoned right now, Jason. I feel like I'm.
But you're sexy.
I hope that was censored. Oh.
Sometimes I should be on like a 10-second delay, like they are like in American radio, so they can be out once in a while.
Yes.
My filter is very small.
Oh, no need. We're all friends here. What's he up to?
In through the window saying, I hope I deleted my browser history. I mean, it's mostly going to be like poker stuff, so I think I'm fairly safe.
The poker life, always the poker life.
So back to the action here. We had Whittiam opening up. He's one of the tag players I was talking about, opening up with the Snowmen. Tony is one of the fairly newcomers, although he's been here for close to an hour. Also playing fairly tight since he sat at the table. 3-betting with the Ace-King, very standard. Sizing by other players were different, but this sizing is fine. Yi cold calling the 3-bet with 7s, but remember there, look at the stacks, everybody's super deep. I don't mind this play at all. If there's a 4-bet involved, I would mind it then, but as of things stand now, it's fine. Tony also cold calling a 4-bet with a pretty king-queen suited and does flop the top pair on the queen 6-6 flop.
Yeah, that changes things.
Tony is going to continue after 3-betting. Yi loves calling flops. I won't be surprised if he calls. I would snap fold here, but Yi may
fold.
In a 4-way pot, with
That's
second
just
to
get
act, it's like how often is your 7s good?
Yeah.
And even if they are good, you still have a turn and river with really only 2 outs that are going to make you happy. Yi with the rare fold. So maybe it was Alex because Yi didn't fold a single flop when Alex was in the booth.
Yeah. He was
he's
just
like,
staying
Alex
in there.
is gone.
I don't have my guardian angel talking over me anymore.
Tony with the easy call with the top, connecting with the queen for the 2-pair. This is an interesting turn only because it's a diamond. So now Tony, I mean, both players are Tony here, so I need to pronounce them a little bit different. But Tony Rovnak, in addition to having those 2 overcards, has a king-high flush draw.
Yeah.
It is a paired board, but it's paired with the 6s. You're not really worried about a 3-better having a 6 in their hand. You are worried about kings and aces, and you're blocking to some extent queens, but you're worried about the queens and the ace-queen to a lesser extent.
I don't know. It sounds like in this game you might be worried about the 6s.
Not with these 2 players.
Not with these guys. No, they're.
I mean, the first Tony in the small blind, yes, just because he was in the small blind. But remember, it was a 3-bet pot. I don't see him calling with too many 6s, probably even folding pocket 6s there. Maybe an ace-6 suited gets a call, but I don't think so. And the ace of spades spiking the river. The king would have made things interesting because Tony would, the other Tony with the Y, Tony with a Y would have been ahead, but Tony with an I.
Tony with an I, Tony with a Y.
Would have improved. Did it go check, check?
Yeah. Oh no.
It had to be a bet there, but we don't see what it was, but it looks like it probably went check, bet, call.
Yeah, that's what it was. We got a new player in. Was that a gent returning?
He in C3 is a relatively new player, but He is not new to the table.
Here's-
He's been less than an hour, I think, at the table.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
I mean, there's some hands, players are allowed to step away during a cash game that
Of
we see
course.
six-handed and whatnot as well.
Just take a breather.
So I promised Alex an adult beverage, but your co-pilot hasn't returned.
Here, Jess. Oh, he's on his way. Oh,
Okay.
gonna. Yeah. No, you'll be joining Alex very soon, Jason. Promise you. An adult beverage. I don't think I've ever heard of it being called that. Adult beverage. I like it.
Well, it was bad before. You could see that this is actually iced tea, but
Oh,
it
that
looks
is
like
iced tea.
but it looks like beer, and I spilled some on me, and I could see Alex holding back a laugh. And sometimes, if I'm having like a single adult beverage, I'll say I'm having like an apple juice or an iced
Apple
tea.
juice, yeah.
But this
yeah,
is
yeah,
really
yeah,
iced
yeah,
tea.
Yeah, this is actually iced tea for once. You're not lying to the people for once, Jason.
No. But when I'm saying it more like with a little bit of sarcasm.
Yeah,
so you know
yeah,
exactly what I'm saying. So we have our co-pilot here.
Johnny,
It's not
about to
Juliana.
step in. It is Johnny. It is Johnny McCullough. He's
So
gonna step
welcome,
in for
Johnny.
a moment.
I'll be back with you all in about 30, 40 minutes. But for now, I'm leaving you in the
Very
welcome
capable
hands
hands.
and the capable hands of Johnny and Ferdia. Thank you very much for tuning in. And
See you
don't
soon,
go away.
Jason.
I'll be back, but stick around for these guys too.
So, joining us here for a little bit is Mr. Johnny McCullough.
How's it going? Happy to be here.
It's great to have you in. Let's get ourselves set up and have a look at some poker. So Yi with the fours, holding on.
Same standard so far. Maybe 7-6 suited, couldn't 3-bet from the big blind.
Yeah. Not much for anyone here.
A good shot on a backdoor flush shot for the 6-7 suit.
Yeah, that's true. Oh,
I guess it goes to showdown, go check, and the 6-7 will win.
that'd be what you do. Get ready. There we go. So anyway, Johnny, how's your Bratislava Poker Festival going?
Yeah. It's early days now. We played the Mr. Bounty and Bull at the main today. Was no good, but we'll be getting back in the mix tomorrow.
Getting back in the mix more. Get back up on that horse, Johnny.
100%.
When did you get in to Bratislava?
We arrived 2 nights ago.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Came to see it the first night. It was quiet, but
Yeah.
things really kicked off there yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view, we've been going through guarantee and guarantee after guarantee. There are some happy poker tournament directors going around about the place at the moment.
I wouldn't blame them when they have a 50k guarantee on the mystery and they got 100,000.
Oh, yeah. What do we got here?
The 6-5 off is a bit of a loose peel here, but
Yeah.
King Jack definitely a standard open.
5 players. Have a good one. Sit open.
That's a pretty good flop for the King Jack.
Yeah.
Blow
great
and
flop.
sit open stream.
Oh, I've got a seat open. We might meet someone new.
Stop. 100.
That is a wild lead by the big blind with the King 6.
Yeah. Does he know it?
I guess with the club maybe just calling, and so we get another 3. If we raise here, I think the King 6 will probably just end up folding.
Yeah.
So calling seems, with the club specifically, seems the best option.
race 3 stop 300.
Maybe if he leads, he has to continue. He doesn't have the highest equity in the world now with the Kings.
No, he does not.
Devina bet 25.
What's your cash versus tournament play? What's your percentage when you're at an event? Would you be mostly tournaments?
Yeah, so it'd be all tournaments.
Yeah.
I rarely play cash, to be honest.
Even online, you're mostly tournaments,
Yeah,
aren't you?
yeah. I rather the tournament strategy side of things than the cash side.
100%.
Wow.
Oh, here he goes.
That is absolutely the dream for the King Jack.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a man that's finished yet. I think he'll be getting back in for another
He
bullet or
looks
two.
like he looks like he's coming. Keep coming back, baby. Keep coming back. Oh, Wobo the Bob. Do we know who Wobo the Bobo is, Johnny?
Yes, it is one of the twins. I'm not sure which
One of
one
the twins.
that's on the Irish Poker Tour.
That is.
But I play a bit with him online.
That is.
On Stars. So
That is Ray.
it's the same
and
name.
or Robbie Bryant.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on the stream table. I need to say.
Can't believe you play online with them and you don't even know which twin. They don't look alike online.
Well, I only know one of their names online, so I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah, to give you a bit of a background, the Bratislava Poker Festival is a partner festival with the Irish Poker Tour. So there's a lot of familiar faces from Ireland coming out. Oh, he says it's Robbie.
Are you enjoying the stream, Robbie?
But we have Team Pros, which are upcoming players who we really believe in, who come to a lot of our events and represent the tour. And Johnny is, of course, one of our boys. Ray and Robbie Bryant are also some of our boys. Julie is one of our, I can't say boys. I can't
Gals.
say boys again, one of our gals. And then, of course, Darren Harbinson. So it's great to have you up here, Johnny. It genuinely is. It was lovely to see your familiar face coming into Bratislava.
Sure, the buzz here in Bratislava is great.
What are we getting here? Oh. What would you do here, Johnny, with the sevens?
Oh, I think it's probably a pretty easy fold. It's very hard to continue on future streets, right? We've no additional equity. Even if he bluffs, whatever. We don't have room to improve, so I think it's an easy fold.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir.
There's an argument that no fold is an easy fold, Johnny, when I'm playing, because I'm terrible.
I don't think we've played together yet, no. Let's get an old cash game going. It's just for the crack.
Please no. Please
get
leave me alone,
Get a few
Johnny.
beers going.
Leave me alone. I don't want to lose that bad. What we got Poker Princess.
Tatiana.
Tatiana. Is that Tatiana? Ah,
Yeah.
fantastic. Lovely. She hopes you're winning, Johnny.
Are you enjoying the stream, Tatiana?
Test. Raise 100. Stop. Stadium. Pass. Also pass.
Tanya.
Tanya, apologies.
Oh, it's just spelled a different way there. Okay.
Every hour. Every hour. Start.
They weren't kidding about how warm it is in this place.
It's pretty warm. Yeah, if they were complaining about it earlier and you
Definitely
were,
deal with a few fans there now.
you were
to
not
be fair.
feeling sympathetic, I can confirm it is very, very warm.
He described it well. It was a bit like a sauna.
A little bit like a sauna without the kind of the relaxing atmosphere. Do you go for the table massages, Johnny?
Not too often now, to be honest. Maybe it's a good idea though to kind of get you into
Yeah,
more
it
of a
seems to work for
flow
people.
state.
Yeah, it seems to work for people. Where is Laios? That is a very good question. Has he busted it out? No, he's still got his chips on the table.
Interesting sizing with the kings here being this deep out of position. It's probably going to be quite chunky.
3 race 160. Stop at this
Seems good.
You really live in Japan?
My father fought one in Japan.
Thank you.
Feels like an awkward spot for the two. It's not deep enough to peel.
Yeah, you're kind of stuck between two.
Maybe if you had the 4K stack, it seems fine. Or 1.6 even.
Always tip the wait staff, lads.
Our boy is back.
And he'll win the first hand, right?
He seems up for it.
He's ready to go.
Moment, chippy stream, poprosim. Teďka, race 30, 30. Šestka, call.
This must be a character.
Yeah, he's certainly been entertaining the lads for the last couple of hours.
Jedna pas, dva pas.
Do you find that kind of stuff? How do you find playing against that kind of stuff? Someone who comes in really strong in that way across from you in the table. Do you get put off? Do you?
No, I
do you
just
enjoy
find
it?
I just find it entertaining, bit of crack. Like
Yeah.
It's good. It's good for the whole ambience of the table. If you like.
Yeah.
Brings a nice element, like a nice
Wild card element.
Exactly.
Blue lines of England, small blind 1200, big blind 2400. Nagam Divan, Isha blind Divan, 1600 blind, Blue 1400.
It's a big flop for the 4-5 of diamonds.
What do you think he'll do?
I don't mind raising just when players behind have an 8, like you fold it out, like you won't always get to win a showdown.
Yeah.
Versus a big bet in the turn, like you will continue, but yeah, I wouldn't mind raising myself. And even now it becomes an alright raise, right?
Yeah.
On the over. The jam here would be really, really nice. A really, really good play, I think.
I don't 100% know if I approve of calling him a cash machine. I think he's a human being who may also be functioning as a cash machine.
Quite a strong player there by the 10-6 clubs, both on the flop multi-way and on the turn. He followed up when he turned some equity, so that's good to see.
Yeah. He's relatively new to the table as well. He's establishing himself.
Yeah, it's a real I'm here to play. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, let's go.
I'd rather see the 7-8 suited come in for a raise being this deep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might even get a hand like this that ISOs you to fold behind because of the player stack behind him again.
Johnny, and I am promising I'm listening to what you're saying, but I am so distracted by that man's ponytail.
Oh yeah, I seen it. It's kind
Yeah.
of like
just at the back.
it's just yeah, it feels like it's hanging on to that last bit of hair.
Last bit of hair. Listen, I'm a man who cares about my hair, so I might be in that position very soon.
It doesn't look like you're going bald anytime soon.
That was what I was fishing for, Johnny. That's all I want to hear in my life.
Heads up.
He's calling for chips. I was assuming chips, but it's actually crisps.
Sandwichka check.
We're in there.
125.
What on earth is happening over there, Johnny?
Looks like these crisps are being handed around the table. Everyone's enjoying a bite. Beers must be flowing.
But what has he got in his hand? Are those chips or are those a piece of paper? I'm so confused. I hope it's not a piece of paper, because he just ate it. That gold chain, man. I kind of think he's rocking it, guys.
I guess the Jack Nine suited is going to fold. Just wants to.
Hold on to the dream.
Yeah.
I am just loving this guy so much.
We'll have another bag of chips, please.
Another bag of chips. Another bag of chips and some more money. That's what I would like. He's folding.
Gets the tank fold. It would have been funny to see some funky stuff there with the Jack 9 on the river if he comes in like he has the aces.
Yeah.
Puts it all in. Don't know if our guy with the ponytail would be folding 8 though versus a
No,
wager.
no, he seems like a steady gent, aside from the ponytail. Or maybe because of the ponytail. There's chips with Cyprian.
Raise. Jag vinner. Raise with stop 100. Pass.
Yeah, by how loose the table is here, probably not a bad re-raise. +2 with the king queen off.
Yeah?
Get some dominate stuff to call.
See the flop anyway. He's in. Is it Lajos? 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 Let's go for Lajos.
Lagos?
Ooh.
Don't ask me now, that was just a wild guess.
Yeah, I'll take Lagos.
Where are you from?
Yeah, it's been quite the international festival, hasn't it? You were saying that you were meeting people from little United Nations around the tables.
Yeah, it seems like a real good location, Central Europe,
Yeah.
for people traveling from We met some Austrians, Lithuanians, Italians. It all seems easy access for them, like 2-hour train journeys, 1-hour train journey.
Yeah, no, I feel this card casino is really establishing itself because
Yes,
of that.
the real gem of the location,
Yeah.
for sure.
It's been lovely.
Casino
like,
itself is,
yeah.
is just phenomenal, isn't it? Like,
Yeah. No, 3 floors, all just real emphasis on poker as well, real investment in poker.
the squeeze from the 5s by the button is interesting.
Yeah?
I guess it won't get through.
I think.
Now he's found himself in a fairly tough spot, a pre-flop spot.
Oh, he's thinking. Trying to get the read.
Showdown.
He calls. They're here to gamble. Let's do
Okay.
it.
This is exciting now.
Oh.
Not 100% certain what the words mean, but I can definitely figure out the tone.
Okay, gentlemen, turn to your left.
Reservira, yes, reservira, yeah. Look. Reservira. Put one chip, 5 reservira.
No problem.
What are we thinking tomorrow, Johnny? What's your schedule?
I think I'm gonna. I'll get into the 1B of the main.
Yeah.
I'll probably get in about 2 or half 2.
Yeah.
So 4 levels in.
Yeah, do you like a late reg?
I don't mind either way. Yeah, the wellness area in the hotel opens at 2, so I kind of want to hit that up first.
Yeah.
That's in the right place, you know. So
You and Julie head down.
exactly. Julie might be here from the start now. She's putting in more of a shift than I am.
Julie's working. Julie's working. Again, for context, for the listeners, Johnny and Julie are an item, which saves us a whole load of money on hotel rooms, I have to say, Johnny. At the Irish Poker Tour. Do you think either suspect a king?
Wow, what is that? Is that 600 into 85, or am I saying this right?
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, he's out.
Wow.
And our boys for going for a walk.
I hope he comes back, because this guy that's standing up and the guy with the ponytail could make real good action on this table.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, they have already made it, but could be absolute fireworks by the look of them.
Mini Marty, come on.
No need for that, Marty.
Yeah, we're body positive around here.
No keyboard warriors.
Even holding result. Now players, please take your seats. We will start in 3 minutes.
That's more like a Marty. That's the spirit.
Oh, here we go.
I guess if he calls the cutoff to King 2 of Spades, he'll never be folding to 1. Be interesting to see the V-pip between the table here. If you could get that up somewhere, it'd be
Yeah.
I guess they have it somewhere in the booth. You can see each seats for people. Be good for the viewers at home. For the crack.
Problem is I'm very hungry, so you can't get anything to eat now. Peanuts and chips.
Lovely chips.
I think I'll get when I get a taxi to go home, I'll grab a McDonald's or something.
Oh, here we go.
I usually prefer like kebab.
Or kebab, if there's something like non-stop kebab.
I might have bet the river here with the ace 4.
Yeah, you think?
He looks like the guy that when the flush draw bricks flop after the big blind lead, and that will make some wild hero calls.
Desperation.
You have no other option.
Ace 4.
Too strong.
Is that king queen in the muck pre?
Yeah, it's a lot of respect for those working on the massage tables. I believe that's Jade. Who sometimes works in the Irish Poker Tour for us as well.
Yeah, I've heard that she's absolute great masseuse.
Yeah. It's always love to see a familiar face. Jade Spencer, yeah. The only one of us who does an actual job to massage someone. Like, yeah, you know, you're actually doing the work.
like to see a bet here with the ace jack.
Yeah?
It feels really hard to win the hand if we check back. Nice, gets it done.
How do you keep the endurance up, Johnny, on a long table?
Coffee.
Coffee? Coffee will do it.
And a lot of it. No, you have to enjoy the game as well. Like, you know, you have to want to be where you are, you know.
There's a very, very specific focus, isn't there?
There is, yeah. Mindset is huge.
Yeah. Without sounding too much like anti-black, there is a focus to it.
Well, don't be just kind of don't function on 2 hours of sleep type of thing, you know.
Yeah.
So you can, you can do the 12 hours or
look after your body even a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, our boy's back. I love him.
The man has come to play, that is for sure.
Oh, nice hands up here.
I guess we'll see ace-10 suited betting the equity multi-way. And it should work.
Oh.
Beer here.
That was quite the shot for a moment. Best player is back. He's the player of my heart.
4 is getting quite sticky on the flop.
Yeah.
I think when we have ace-10 with the 10 of diamonds specifically, maybe we want to go small here. Try and keep a 9 and 8 in here with drawn dead. I like it. Maybe a little bit bigger, but
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, good luck. Money. Money? Euro.
When did you start playing poker, Johnny? Very early?
I've been playing a long time now.
Yeah.
But I kind of took it more serious just the start of COVID, so.
Yeah.
2020. So, yeah.
That became your full-time job over COVID, was it?
Yeah. So 3 and a bit years now.
Yeah.
Nice hand to find on the button, fold it to.
100%. Yeah, cheers him. Good man.
Nice to meet you.
Stay friendly.
Belgium.
Straddle down. Straddle 6 Straddle play.
Here we go for the 6s. Do you want to take a gamble on how to pronounce that name, Johnny?
Kizlo?
Yeah, almost definitely.
See if I should get it done.
Yeah. Half his sandwich earlier. Supernova, you're going to have to explain more. What do you mean half a sandwich?
I like this by the small blind. He's picked up on the situation well. The Lajos limping weak and an overlimp, never strong hands, and the hijack's going to be ice on quite wide, and he's picked up on it well. Nice squeeze, should work.
See, they bought a sandwich, gave half of it to you. That is lovely and wholesome. Would you accept a half sandwich from another player on a table, Johnny?
Of course.
Of course.
Depends what's on the sandwich.
You'd
now.
never suspect poisoning.
Yeah, nice squeeze there with the ace jack off from the small blind. That's the situation well. I actually played the day one of the mystery bounty with the guy who squeezed ace jack there.
Oh yeah?
What was his name? I believe he is a jumper, says that I'm Brian, but I don't think that's his actual name.
Ha.
seat 5. He seemed to play well.
Yeah.
He was getting the check raises in quite a bit against me and the mystery.
And it looks like the gentlemen have returned, conquering soldiers. They have some beverages of undisclosed type. We've been hanging out here.
Gonna give you back to the real professionals now.
Yeah. We got back from Jason. Jason, do you want to sit in? I'll say hi, and then we'll sit in.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Jason Glatzer. For right now, I'm with Ferdia. Just wanted to say quickly thank you to Ferdia and Johnny while he is still has the headset. Alex is anxiously waiting to rejoin me.
I will return the headset to Alex as well. It has been a pleasure watching some poker with you guys. See you soon. I'll be in the editing booth, so I'm always with you. But it was lovely to check in with Johnny. Jason, you're a gentleman. I will talk to you soon. Alex, good luck in here.
Much love to both of you. That was Ferdia and Johnny bringing you the action, but you now have Jason and Alex back for better or for worse. Hope you enjoyed the last half hour without us. We heard there was a lot of action. We did take a break from watching the stream during that time. We did have a legitimate break, wound up talking to a few other people. But now we are back and looking forward to some sick poker action. Now, Alex, you mentioned that you wound up playing some cash games earlier. Is there a new player at the table that you recognize?
Yeah. Hello, everyone, again. So, if you recognize the player with the hooded position number 6, so right next to the white guy hoodie. What was his name? I forgot already. Anyways, I was playing cash against him earlier today. And he ended up being the guy who stacked me. And from what I've seen from him, well, he was pretty, how do I say?
Aggressive?
He likes the action. So whenever I 3-bet him or raise him, he was always calling.
Not giving you any respect.
Not at all. So.
Were you opening wide, or were you like? Did you deserve to get 3-bet a lot?
No, I was actually I looked tight, I think. So I 3-bet to 60 euros, and he just snap called me with King 5 and just dead on the flop.
Easy game sometimes. But now you can learn either his name or nickname. We see he's in seat 6. So far, it's folded around to him. It's Eon.
Eon.
With the 5-deuce. We'll see if this holds. No, he folds the 5-deuce, so he does have a fold range. At least 5 deuces in the muck from the button. Was this a walk? So we come back. We hear there's a lot of action at the table, but it walks to the big blind and one of the tighter players at the table, Lydian.
Well, we have our favorite player here. And who is this getting a nice little massage here?
I'm not sure if he was there. No, he was one of the new players right before we left.
So, hi everyone. Hi chat.
Donald John Doe stuck around for the Irish duo. That's nice to see. Waiting for you to come back. He does feel your pain, apparently.
I saw some of my guys in the chat, so shout out again. Thank you for supporting me and the stream.
And Donald, it wasn't that bad. I mean, that particular hand was bad, but Alex shared that he did win at the table after reloading, so the story came to a good end at least.
No.
No?
No.
You told me you won. Or did I misunderstand?
I told you I lost it all.
Oh, you lost it all.
I won it first, and then I lost it all.
So I have it backwards. I thought you lost to him and then maybe won after that. Okay.
It was the opposite. I won.
So basically, he's playing on the stream with your money.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, it's not your money anymore, but it was at one point.
Well, it was a 500 euros hand, so
Oh, shit.
yeah.
King 5 with 500 euros. Okay. So William here opening. No, it wasn't William opening. We have Victor, the sole Bulgarian at the table, opening up with the King 8 suited from early position and getting calls from nobody with premium hands. I mean, William with Queen Jack actually has the best looking hand, especially on this Queen Ace 3 flop. Nobody really with
Leo.
any spades to speak of.
Leos has a premium.
He has, like, if they're playing the 7 deuce game, he has a premium.
I cannot wait to see more action from this guy.
But apparently Leos is just done randomly jamming things because he didn't jam this flop, or this turn for that matter, after it checked around.
He only jams a second pair or a pair.
Or pre-flop with something ridiculous we saw too.
As you can see, he's bet 105 euros with a 7 deuce, and
so he's reduced his bet sizing to a near pot size bet comparatively to a 10x overbet into the pot with a jam.
I'm pretty sure William is not gonna believe him here. Yep, calls with the queen.
Six of hearts shouldn't really change much, but as Leo's gonna just now. Yes, now he's jamming.
Oh my god.
And this may work actually. I mean, I understand that Leos is doing this a lot, but he has a lot of hands that are beating this queen that don't contain an ace. Like you're probably not putting Leos on an ace because he's betting then big pre-flop from what we've seen. So
oh my god.
I think this should have been a call, but I understand it's for most of his stack. He shows the 7 deuce, and then Leos even slow rolls the fist pump, but then eventually gives it.
I love this guy. This is just next level, and you never know if he's gonna have top pair or nothing, you know, because he's been doing it with both.
So Donald John Doe says, guys, the table is super interesting, and I maybe will be in sleep mode tomorrow at work. Well, I'm not going to tell you to go away, but maybe work should also be a somewhat priority as well. But I don't know what you do for a living. Maybe you want to leave your job anyway, and then it's not important.
All right, ace queen for our other favorite player. So action. He just calls.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the limp. We haven't really seen that from Yi before. We did see some limps by some of the other newer players.
Maybe he's waiting for Leas. Was he?
Yeah, that might have been it, but Leos is also limped pre-flop. His first 2 hands, he limped pre-flopped and then jammed the flop.
So top pair, top kicker for Yi, and nothing for William so far, except some backdoor things.
But Yi getting some instant value here. William betting the flop after it's checked over to him. We don't normally see Yi leading out on flops, and sometimes not even on turns, even though he likes sticking around to try to see the river as often as possible.
Oh, that gives William some outs.
Yeah, and a 10 and a king now.
So 4 extra outs for William on the river. Is he gonna opt for a continuation? Actually, another bet.
Yeah, against another player, I would slow down after betting the flop and getting called, but Yi has, I mean, maybe he's changed in the last 30 minutes when we took a break, but earlier Yi was calling every single flop. What was funny is as soon as you left, I did 1 or 2 hands with Verdia while we were waiting for Johnny to show up, and guess what Yi did on a flop? He folded. As soon as you left.
Oh my god.
Just before you came in, he did the same thing. So it might be you that he never folds a flop.
That's a big bet from William. And I think he knows he has the best of it. And I'm pretty sure he's just gonna call here.
This is the first time we see some facial expressions from Yi as well. Like normally he's been very stoic throughout. So he's either really thinking or just trying to Hollywood a little bit to make his hand look weaker.
Yeah. Well, William has indeed some outs And we're going to the river.
That was not one of them.
I expect B to be checking again to induce some bluffs. Maybe he's not even sure about his hand, if it's good. But it's a pretty good hand to call with.
Yes. I don't think, though, we would see William try a third time, but maybe we will.
Right now, he's thinking about it. He checks. William has only 700 euros behind, and the pot is already more than 500. Is he gonna go for another one? I don't think so.
I also think he has to check it back here.
Yeah. I mean, what is your opponent calling you with two big bets?
I mean, it is Yi, who we have seen call before, but usually he slows it down a little bit on the turn.
Oh.
So Yi picking up a nice little pot there. And we can see the VPIP. So the new player, Jan, who I guess is your villain anyway.
Yeah,
he's
villain.
the most active, but it's a shorter sample size. And Leos has seemed to have slowed down as if his VPIP is only 38% now, but we've also seen him before we took the break, take a break himself, and that may factored in. I'm not sure how these stats are calculated.
Yeah, as we can see, our favorite players are like with the most VPIP, so playing the most hands.
Which is fun. I mean, it is a Hold'em table. Like for Omaha, the action builds itself in many cases, but in Hold'em, if you don't have some action players at the table, it can make for a little bit of a boring TV table at times.
Of course.
But this is far from boring.
We as commentators are definitely lucky to have these guys on the table.
Oh, for sure. And same with the viewers. I know it's past 1 in the morning, at least here in Bratislava, so appreciate everybody that's tuning in from Europe, and much love to everybody in the Americas watching as well, where it's a more reasonable time. And if you're grinding online tonight, best of luck to you as well. If anybody's having any deep runs on Party Poker, let us know. Tomorrow, we hope for some updates when you guys are all playing the free roll. Maybe Alex will join in on that too.
Who knows? I'm gonna be playing the main event tomorrow, by the way.
Well, you can multitask, because you can play on Party Poker on your phone or on BWin, where you play from in Bulgaria.
Oh, well, that's a good flop for Tony, given the fact that Widian and Leos don't have much on it.
And it's checking around to Leos, who is a wild card.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tony thinks I'm gonna trap Leos.
And Leos betting 500 into a pot of 165, back into love. Tony just jamming it with this top pair, not worried about kicker issues or anything. Did have another player behind him who is fairly tight, who would also be checking in that spot, hoping for Leos to do exactly what he did. So it was a little bit of a risk there for Tony to really just shove over the top.
I think he's just happy to take these 500 and not risk it. He knows that Leos is doing some crazy things.
He knows that, but there was still a player to act after him. That was why I would be concerned about jamming for the 2.1K. And if that player turns up with a better hand, he's calling. If not, he's folding. So, what are you actually doing there? I mean, you're getting maybe some of those queen tens to fold. A flush draw is likely folding, so you are getting those draws to fold, but an ace-king may think about it, but would call. But is an ace-king going to play that way pre-flop? Probably not. A king-jack would play that way pre-flop, though. Same with the king-queen. A king-jack is snapping it off. King-queen has to think.
Tony is not happy that he didn't get called here. He knew he had the best of it. I bet these, I'd say, a bit more experienced or not as loose players would love to have these guys on the table.
For sure.
Like, they're basically in hunting mode. Tony's like licking his lips for this stack of.
But that
yeah.
level of exploitive play could have cost him 2K. You
Yeah.
know, it's like, as it turned out, you know, it was very safe with his other opponent having 10s.
Well,
And he wasn't worried about Leos at all.
thing is, even with the top pair, it would be hard calling 2K behind as well.
So this is interesting. We have Yi once again limping. But then we have a call behind by Tony from early position with King 8 offsuit.
Raise from
Ian raising, which is okay.
He hates limpers, by the way. I've seen that firsthand.
So we have 2 topless men at the table now in seat 1 and seat 9. At least seat 1 is getting a massage.
Does it get better for commentators here? I don't think.
I don't think so, no. And Ian betting his 6s. This is an amazing flop for 6s, at least for one that doesn't actually contain a 6 in it. Bets it out, gets a couple folds. Happy days. You don't want to see a turn or river unless it's a 6 or a 3, but even a 6 you don't necessarily want to see. The 3 you'd be thrilled about unless it's a 3 of diamonds, and then you're still concerned. So it is a good scenario for Ian, even though he doesn't look very happy about it for some reason.
You know, from what I've seen from Jan, he raises small bets very frequently, and he bets big versus checks. So I'm not gonna be surprised if he does more of this here.
Something just happened there. That looks like a fairly big open with. He has a nice hand with 9s. I mean, to be fair, the opening size is a bit lower than what you would see like in like a 1-2 or 2-5 game where they were just opening to 2.5x. That's like an online kind of sizing more than a live sizing.
He's going for a 9x with the 9s.
But on this table, 9x is basically going to fold out almost everything that you're beating. I mean, not necessarily everything, but almost everything. And you may be in trouble, you know, from early position with 9s. Then again, it's basically taking out players' 3 bets, you know, so
that's what I don't like.
I'm not quite sure if I like the strategy, but I kind of understand why he's doing it.
Yeah, you're basically folding all the hands that you get value from, and
almost all. I think still like 8s has to stick around against a player, possibly 7s. Hands you're flipping against could still be even a king queen suited, maybe even a queen jack suited if you're on the button kind of hands, even jack 10. Pretty much any suited connectors if you're on the button or the. But it's now 5-10-20. So is it going to be a mandatory straddle or is it just this hand is my question. But I like that there's a straddle now.
You can see on the background the total prize pool for the mystery bounty event.
Can you read the number?
Yeah, it's almost 100,000.
For a 400-euro buy-in event, considering there were no qualifiers in attendance here yesterday, they only started arriving today. That's rather sick.
That's like double the guarantee.
Yeah, guarantee was 50.
Yeah.
That was 100. So we're probably looking at something like a 10K top bounty prize. I don't know exactly what the formula is, but that would be a guess.
And it's not unlimited re-entries. It's only 2 re-entries that are allowed on the mystery bounty. So, yeah, that's pretty sick for a Wednesday.
Yeah, rather sick. And then the main, and also a lot of the qualifiers that came in were already registered into day 1A of the Grand Prix main event, which has a 500,000 guarantee for just a 550 buy-in. So that's quite nice. But I think we'll get easily more than 1,000 in that. I didn't have a chance to look at today's numbers, but let's pull them up. One of the other wonderful things about Card Casino is you can actually pull up the tournament clocks on their website.
That's pretty nice.
So I'm going to head there quickly now while keeping a small eye on the action, but it doesn't look like there is a big pot here.
Tony, he just hit the straight on the turn with his gut shot.
And it's Ian betting out, so quite interesting now. A hand that didn't seem to be interesting at all got very interesting in a hurry.
Against Jon, I was just calling my good hands always. He ended up value betting himself, you know, with his bluffs, so I don't even need to value bet him. As you can see, he just throws money into the pot.
But he also seems to do it when he has a hand too,
Yeah.
so that makes it very tricky. But he does try again on the river. I don't know why you would do that after you're called on the turn. You have to give your opponent some credit. If he's calling the turn, the river wasn't scary enough for him to fold.
Now you understand how he took all of my chips.
So we're off to a good start in the Grand Prix as well. It's only day 1A, and there's 5 more opening flights and 103 entries. Keep in mind, a lot of players have not arrived. A lot have arrived today, but a lot more are arriving tomorrow, and numbers are already really good. So there's only 27 players remaining in that. Meanwhile, the 150 freeze out. Uh-oh.
Is this?
Well, we have some technical difficulties. I'm not quite sure if you can hear me or not. Ah, we're finished. Do we have a chance to sign off? Are we live right now? Okay, so we randomly finished. Apologies for that. We wouldn't have necessarily taken the break if we knew we were finishing. But we had a blast. It was a pleasure to meet you before the stream, but even more of a pleasure to commentate with you, Alex. I want to thank you very much for joining in. The good news is that Donald can get some sleep and maybe won't be tired at work tomorrow, but had an absolute pleasure broadcasting this cash game, and even look forward even more to tomorrow's 50-50 PLO action, which will have an optional €100 straddle, which may become mandatory at some point if all players agree. But I'll have George Sanford in with me for that one, and George is an absolute beast when it comes to PLO. He's also a professional commentator, so it should be a lot of fun. We expect the action to kick off a little bit after 4 o'clock, with the stream starting around 4:30. And hopefully we can have Alex back at some point. I don't know about tomorrow. We'll see. If it's going to be like today where we don't have like a scheduled ending time, then for sure Alex can come in for at least like a 30-minute session. I'm not sure we can have him as long as we're having today, because I want to keep George in the booth as long as possible.
I'll also be playing the games, you know, the tournaments, main event and the other events. So, but when I'm able to come, I'd be happy to come in. And thanks for giving me this opportunity. It was a pleasure. Thanks to everyone that were in the chat, in the Twitch channel watching, and yeah, a great experience overall and a great table actually to comment on.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm so curious. I feel bad for the chat now. I may go watch that table if it didn't break up. I don't think it broke up actually. Yeah. Just to hang around for a little while and see if any craziness is going on off stream or if it was a little bit of Hollywooding. But Alex shared that Ian was playing exactly the same off stream, and I'm pretty sure Leos is the same as well. That game is too big for me to enter personally. Plus, I need to be well rested, guys, because of the stream tomorrow. But thank you for tuning in, Donald. I hope you come back, and everybody else as well. Pleasure to have you all in the chat. Once again, this is Jason Glatzer here at the luxurious Card Casino Bratislava all week long from July until July 23rd, when we have a winner of the Party Poker Grand Prix. We have a lot of exciting action at the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Tour. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Alex will probably pop in at some point, but I hope not too much, because that means he's bad things happened at the tables. We'll get him in. We'll figure it out. We're going to have lots of other guests. I mentioned that George Sanford will be joining. Fintan Gavin, the founder of the Irish Poker Tour, also an amazing commentator, will be also in the house, in the booth. He's already in the house, but will also be in the booth. Lucky Mo 32 Thomas, Irish guy that with Lithuanian roots, absolute beast when it comes to cash games and tournaments. Looking forward to having him do his first bout of commentating and as well. And of course, Party Poker Ambassador Matt Staples, although he is unable to join us in Bratislava will be joining us in the stream. So he'll get a taste of what things are like here at the Grand Prix, and really look forward to that too. I've never had the opportunity to commentate with him, and will be an absolute pleasure to get to know him alongside of you guys on the stream. And thank you very much once again, Jason Glatzer along with Alex, and see you tomorrow.